Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Metaphor ReFantazio. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Sai, congratulations being first. Timbit, welcome in. Key Energy, it's good to see you. Kieran, welcome. Hope you guys are all doing well today. We are literally on the front doorsteps of the final boss. And so we're going to finish the game today, and then I'll talk about my thoughts about the game, because I have a lot of things to say. Now, since the last stream, I did do a tiny bit of farming, and I want to emphasize tiny bit of farming, because it wasn't really actually that much. Although it took maybe like an hour to an hour and 15-20 minutes-ish, but it actually wasn't too much. So, at the end of the last stream, we unlocked Haizme's Royal Thief class, but when we unlock it, it's only rank 1, so I want to farm out to get him to rank 20, because the rank 20 skill is what I really needed. So basically what I did, I guess I can't show you on this map. It doesn't let me move it around. Basically what I did is I ran back and forth between where we are now and the bottom right corner, the southeast corner of the map exit, where we fought one of the optional bosses. Because between here and there, you can see there's 5 red dots. And those 5 red dots are all crystals. So I just ran back and forth destroying the crystals. The enemies were still yellow for me, so I couldn't defeat the enemies outside of battle, so I just kind of dodged around them. And it actually only took like 1 or 2 trips back and forth, because once you go through the teleporter, they respawn on your way back. It only took me like 1 or 2 goes, so maybe like 15 minutes or less to get Haizme to rank 20. And then I was like, okay, well that's that. But I decided to farm just a little bit more, just so that we can finish, I finished Soul Hacker on Yufa, so that now we can unlock Royal Summoner. I finished Warlord on Stroll, so now we can unlock Royal Warrior. And then I finished, or I went to Elemental Master 20, so I can get Hulkenberg's Royal Knight. And then I realized after doing that, I still didn't have enough Magla to unlock all these classes. So then I had to go back again and keep farming to get a little bit more Magla, just so I can unlock them. On top of that, one of the enemies dropped this Dissecting Katana, which is just as strong as the Thief King's Katana we had. The main difference is the Thief King Katana increases slash damage, and this one increases damage against human-type monsters, although it has 3 less hit percentage. So I was thinking maybe I'll use this, because I feel like we're going to be fighting a human categorized enemy, so it's going to be better than increasing slash. Plus, usually Haizme uses dark attacks, not slash attacks for me. And then I went back to Nurus and stocked up on some items. I also bought some better equipment for Stroll, Hulkenberg, and Yufa, because they're not in our party, but I wanted to equip them with things so that they could at least have the best things that were currently available to us. So before we jump into the final boss, let's unlock the last of the archetypes I need. By the end of me farming, everyone was like level 77 or 76, so the enemies on the field are actually now mostly blue for me, so I can actually beat them outside of battle. I also fought one of those giant teeth enemies, like the gigantic golden and silver teeth, and I actually stopped to defeat them, and like Basilio was still doing a lot of damage against them, but my main character was not. I bet they have some kind of resistance against almighty damage, is probably what it is. But I still beat them pretty easily, just used up a little bit of MP, and that helped me level up a little bit too. Although I only fought 1. Apparently they appear every like 8 to 10 minutes if you keep respawning them, but I did not do that. So let's unlock everyone's remaining royal archetypes, and again, I'm kind of just doing this out of respect for getting the rest of the archetypes in the game, because there are some archetypes we just never unlocked, and I think it'd be nice to at least see them, even if we're not going to use them. Hey Ash, welcome to the stream. Hey Juan, it's good to see you.
I see.
So let's unlock Royal Summoner. You can see it also comes with a bunch of these summon abilities that we've not seen before, just because we haven't really been using Summoner.
Fascinating. This right here. All right. I'm counting on you.
It's so big too, so wide. I've never experienced anything like this. Magla flows through my body.
I must.
The Royal Summoner, born from dragons and humans, which is to say from both anxiety and determination. The archetype's form is one of perfect harmony. Just as I push forward into an unknown future, with this power I will draw forth a better tomorrow, the likes of which we have never seen.
Oh.
I've acquired a new ability.
So we'll equip the new archetypes, except I think I need to... I think I also need to go back and redo my cross skills, but that's okay. I also gave everyone that wasn't in my main party accessories to block their weaknesses, so Yufa's wearing a blizzard amulet to block her ice weakness. So she learns, like, Summon Fairy at rank 2. And then she learns, like, a healing attack. Revives all enemies and restores them to full HP. That must cost a lot of MP. So for skill inheritance, most of these other characters that are not in my main party don't have too many amazing things. Just because they're not characters I usually use. So at least for her, I'll give her a bunch of like support abilities just in case, just in case I need to bring her to the front. But I'm not really planning on it. She might just be backup. Hey Moo, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. So we'll do Royal Knight. This one's actually worth doing, so I might just dump the rest of my hero fruits on her because of the Omni counter ability is actually kind of useful. If you're not going to use Heisme as a dodge tank, using Hulkenberg as like a tank is pretty good.
I'm counting on you. Of course.
I see. To greater heights.
I was totally forgot to read out her line. Whatever. Not important. See, magic counter will be useful. I'll just get these because I already bought them. Okay, we'll buy some more skills for her later. I just want to make sure I have enough Magla for everything else I want to do.
I see. Fascinating. This right here, all right? I'm counting on you. Of course.
This heat that rushes through my veins, its power is unlike anything I've felt before. The Royal Warrior, it seems my determination is turning into power itself. I've taken pride in reforming my noble heritage, and now I will live in its purest form.
Right. I could get used to this.
The same with him. I guess I have a bunch of, like, he could be kind of like my secondary Basilio, if I really need to. Now the last thing is, no one in the game actually needs to use Warlock to unlock their Royal archetype, so no one has it right now. The closest person to getting it was Heisme, so I figured I might as well finish it. I just need his Wizard to get up to 20, in addition to Assassin getting 10, which he already did. So, unlike Hulkenberg, who she did not have Thief or Assassin, so it was just close to get you. I'm not going to use it, but I figured I would just unlock it to show you guys. It doesn't really look like it has very many useful abilities.
All right.
Compared to some of the other tier 3s.
I'm counting on you. Of course.
Especially since it shares the slot with Elemental Master. Looks kind of cool though. So this is the power of the Warlock. Our enemies will soon understand true darkness. How darkness takes shape depends on the person. I'm sure the same is true for its magic. Oh. I was sure you would come to channel many archetypes, but to see you accrue them in numbers like this. Please accept this as recognition of such efforts.
Steady effort is key.
Okay, but I'm not equipping that one. So Hulkenberg still has 2 slots I can give her. Covers a medium amount of HP and removes debuffs effect. I don't know if that's... It sounds like it's more... It doesn't say for allies, so it sounds like she just targets herself. Oh, nice defense. Increases caster's defense for 3 rank. That's actually pretty good if she's going to be tanking. Again, not really intending to, though. Increase pierce bonus. Well, I'll take counter and magic counter.
All right.
Okay, so for equipment, let's just have a quick look at everyone. I've kind of given everyone the main strongest things I can find for them, but main character has Utilitarian's Manual, mostly for the reduced synthesis cost. Stroll has just whatever. Gale Amulet to block his wind weakness. Hulkenberg's also whatever. Thunder Amulet to block thunder weakness. Now for Heisme, I originally had the item that makes it so that when he dodges, enemies lose all their press turns, but I don't need it anymore because he's rank 20 Royal Thief, and that's the rank 20 ability. So I gave him this one, because he's still weak against Electric. I was going to give him the Serene Choker, but the Serene Choker has a much lower defense value. Or the Serene Headband has a much lower defense value, so if he does get hit, he'll take more damage, so I don't want that. So I decided against it. I'll just give him this. I couldn't give him the accessory that blocks Electric because Hulkenberg has that one for resist Electric. But I think dodge Electric is just as good for him because he has such a high agility. Juna also has Utilitarian's Manual for my strat. Yufa has a Blizzard Amulet to block her weakness. And then Basilio has the MP recovery since I had nothing else really to give him. I could give him something that resists dark or light, but I don't have anything that resists dark. Maybe I'll give him this just because I feel like I don't like the idea of him having 2 weaknesses. It'll be like the one thing that like screws me over. I mean, I could do Herald's Banner. I'll be defensive. And then let's take one more visit to Moore.
Hello. Why, that's... I can depend...
Okay, okay.
Ah, how good of you to come. You have my deepest gratitude.
I've reached incredible depths in my archetype research. Thank you so much for bearing with all my demands. It's a pity my memory hasn't returned, but with my new dream as my guide, I shall return to my research on the nature of Utopia. So there is an item in the game you can get from Moore if you... Some guides said you just need to talk to him with everyone with the Royal Archetype unlocked, while some guides said you need to talk to him with every Royal Archetype at rank 20, which I'm not going to do. So it seems like you need Royal Archetype rank 20 because he didn't give me the item. It's not super important, especially since my strat's better, but it gives you an item that makes it so your Prince character has a synthesis skill that is basically the Armageddon skill that the Elegy of Souls used against me, that Dragon Doppelganger used against me when I came in with the Repel shoes, and it does 9,999 damage to all enemies, but I think it uses up like more than a usual synthesis because I think it requires your entire party to be royal to use it. But I already do more than 9,999 damage when I fully buff, so I don't need it. I just thought it'd be neat if I could see it. I think I will dump a bunch of these on Hulkenberg's Royal Knight though, just in case. Because of all the royals, she's kind of the one that I think is the most useful one that is not in my party.
To greater heights.
Especially because I want the Omni counter.
I've acquired a new power. A new means of protection.
And then let's just dump some on Yufa. She has a lot of green. I just realized.
It seems I've grown.
In case I need to use her to come out and nuke something.
I've acquired a new ability.
Oh dang it! If I could reach 20 with her before hitting 50 fruits, then I could probably get her and Stroll. You know what? Maybe it's not so far off now.
A new ability.
Maybe I'll just take one jaunt down the road and beat up all the crystals and get enough to finish them both. Like, I might as well, right? Like, I got everything else in the game. I might as well. Not that I need it.
Right. I could get used to this.
At first I thought it was also just a New Game Plus thing. But again, all the guides for this game are, like, incorrect right now, because the game is still rather fresh and all the journalists are trying to push out their articles before each other, and most of the time they're incorrect about most things. Which kind of sucks.
Oh. You'll come again.
Do you know what I hate the most is when you look up one thing about the game, like you just want to know how to find one item, and then you find people posting like entire articles about it, and it's like if I want to find out like how do I get Queen's Honey Pot, right? All I need to do is look up a quick thing that says, oh, you get it from fishing at this place with this bait. Done. But then you look it up and it's like people are writing 2 to 3 page articles about it. And it's like, they introduce what cooking is, and then they introduce like, oh, there's plenty of items you could use, you could do many effects in this game, and blah blah blah, and then here's the item you can get. You might think it's useful, but you can only get this many, and then at the end of the article, it finally tells you how to get it. It's like, yeah, we're trying to fill up their article quota, or their word quota.
Alright, how's that? Let's push through! Alright, how's that? Let's push through! Alright, how's that? Let's push through! Alright, how's that? Let's push through!
It's kind of interesting if you think about how the humans in this game came from, well, humans, like people. So some people get turned into giant, like, tentacle squid snake monsters, and other people get turned into teeth, like tiny little teeth monsters. Like, yeah, exactly. They want you to spend longer on their site, and they have like all these like unblockable ads and stuff. It's like, it's so annoying.
Feels like I'm making progress. Come on. There, that one's gone. Come and get him. Come on! Let's push through!
That's one job done.
It's like, this is basically what I did to farm. I just took a little path from here to the teleporter. Although it was annoying when I couldn't kill these enemies, but now I can.
Alright, how's that? Come on.
I hate these fish dudes though. Them and their little leggy attacks.
Come on!
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
So then I just run over here.
What do you think?
All right.
And then I just run back.
Come and get me.
I destroyed the crystal.
Let's push through.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Come on.
That was well done.
That takes care of that.
You actually get quite a bit for just one trip back and forth. Especially now that I can kill these guys too. It was a bit slower when I could only kill the crystals.
Charm. Keep the pressure on.
Oh, I leveled up, nice.
That ought to do it. Glad that's over.
And then you just grab the teeth dudes. If you're lucky, there might be a big one that spawns here.
Alright, how's that? Let's push through. Come on. Let's push through. Alright, how's that?
Okay, and
That's
then we
all
just
of
go
them.
back to our
We're safe for the time being.
save spot. Okay, let's see if we have enough here.
What now?
It seems I've grown.
And then stroll.
Right. I could get used to this.
Oh, I was kind of expecting more to say something. Okay, so if he doesn't give it to us, then it must be a New Game Plus thing.
Incredible.
Incredible that you can awaken not only the prince, but the power of all the royal archetypes besides. Well, seeing as you come this far, I believe I can finally entrust this book to you.
This right here.
It's entitled Chronicle of the End. It's not a chronicle of time, as you might expect. Rather, an ancient, fearsome magic now lost. That said, I do not think the magic itself is evil. In fact, in your hands it could be used to great purpose.
Do make yourself at home.
So now, we should have a new synthesis skill. Armageddon's Final Sire. 99 MP, deals 9999 damage to all enemies. And you need a full party of royals, and it costs 3 turns. Although it probably goes down to 1.5 if I have the item equipped, the utilitarian manual. Okay, I'm glad I got that. I thought I wouldn't, just because I was gonna be lazy, but might as well spend those extra 10 minutes getting it, right? I'll just go last look over my build. So main character, I was gonna give him that shield boost so he can have a little bit more MP, but if I'm gonna be using MP items anyways, I might as well use the slot for damage. So he's got Almighty boost, doubles the chance of dealing a critical hit, and then I also have increased attack and then increased critical hit. So I hope that I can get some nice crits off. Stroll doesn't really matter too much. He's like, in case something happens to Basilio, I guess you can do the buffing of the Warlord. Oops. Hulkenberg, I just kind of gave her things to improve her defense and her ability to reflect things. So Heizme is like my debuffer. I also gave him, at the end of the last stream, I gave him a Tarukaja, which worked really well for our build. And then I figured I'd just give it the last slot to Medi, just because only Juna has a healing skill right now, other than her, just in case I need someone else to heal, or in case I want her to do her Masquerade charge, then someone else could heal without using an item. So that's why I gave it to him. So her job is just a debuff. I gave her Debilitate as well, because usually what I do is I do Vidarthia twice, but since attack and defense down cap out at rank 3, I might as well do Vidarthia once and then Debilitate, because then Debilitate will also give a stack of evasion down. And then of course she has her heal. I decided not to give anyone Patra. I could just use items if I need to get rid of status ailments, assuming I don't get like peppered with a million of them at the same time. And the items I can use instead of Recarm. Yufa just has whatever, because I didn't really build her. Although she already has natively good skills as a summoner. And then Basilio, of course, Formation of Vigor, Front Boost, Sense of Kinship, and Short Range Boost. Basically everything to make his attack as strong as possible. It's not that. ACB, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I'll make another save file here just in case. I still have my other save file from before we started this dungeon.
Yep.
In case I ever feel like coming back and defeating the ultimate final boss.
Yep.
You can see I spent like 30 hours doing the last, like, if you look at my save files, because I made an extra save file the day that we unlocked the Prince archetype, and it's been like 30 hours since then. Like, we spent like 30 hours doing these 30 days leading up to this.
What now?
Okay, everything else I think is set. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. So I guess it's time to finally teach Louise a lesson. And I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a multi-phase boss fight, so I'll just be ready to spam MP items if I need to.
Look.
We should be able to proceed from here. Just connected to that odd light, I suspect.
Yep.
I can feel his magla from here. When we cross, Luis will be waiting. At last, the time's come to decide the true victor. This will be the final time we fight. How many times have they said in this game, this is gonna be like the final time we fight Luis? And it's like, not. I mean, they keep juking us out, but we kind of know, because like, we know how long this game is, and we know like, oh, this can't be the last one, this can't be the last one, but... Okay, it's finally the last one.
Definitely.
We can't allow the royal magic to be used for destruction. It's up to us to stop him, so let's bring the curtain down and end this farce once and for all.
Should we keep going?
It's all been building up to this. Ready? Time to deal with Luis.
Yeah.
Right, let's go. I hope the final boss has cool music too. I've been disappointed with the boss music in this game.
I confess, I did not believe you would actually survive the gauntlet.
Oh, please. Think about what you're trying to achieve. Nothing could stop us from getting to you.
I can accept that you hate injustice. Maybe we do share that. But I have to ask, Luis, why go to this extreme?
Why do we keep asking him for his justifications? He's told us time and time again, and it's usually nothing interesting, and it barely changes, and we're like, we better keep asking him why he wants to do this. Even though we're resolved to stop him, we better keep asking him why.
Is it because you're elder? You saw your village destroyed for petty, evil reasons. Is this revenge?
And of course it's like, Stroll, why don't you just be the main character? You want to be the main character so bad.
Revenge? Ludicrous. That would accomplish nothing. An entire tribe does not become so derided to the point of genocide by authority figures alone, but by the vice of the society in which that ignorance is born. Indeed, it would be equally petty of me to take only the heads of the few familiar guilty, for my own satisfaction. No, I would not repay injustice with injustice.
Then why? You drew the entire nation into your scheme without hesitation. If not revenge, then what would compel you to such ends?
It is true that I was born in the ancient sanctum, but I never held any fondness for that place. The Elder have long lived in hiding, clutching the truths of the world to themselves alone. A tribe of doors locked and secrets encoded. I wanted to change that isolation. And then, at long last, a man from outside the village came to visit. None other than your father, Prince.
That's...
No royalty, he dreamed that the tribes might stand side by side as equals. And he rejected none of our village's history, however inconvenient to his worldview. I saw him with the eyes of a child. And for the first time, I felt a dream stir. Were there more idealists like him in the world outside? Was my life of hiding at an end?
Could they at least have found a different music track to play here too? We've been hearing the same dungeon track for the whole dungeon, plus the title screen, so it'd be nice if they had actual event music. I feel like that was also a drawback to the previous dungeon we did. They just kept playing the same track during all the cutscenes.
Under the canopy of that gloom-thick forest, all I wanted was to leave and live upon the open plains beneath a wider sky. That was all. As for what happened to the ancient sanctum afterwards, it is a story you've already been told.
It was set aflame and crushed beneath the church's heel. The Sanctist warrior monks and ordinary guardsmen alike, all in the palm of Forden's hand.
Neighbors and kin I'd known all my life were soon nothing but ash on the wind. Too quick to realize their own deaths. I was but a child, trembling before a wall of fire. It was a massacre. It had nothing to do with any hate on either side, or retaliation for any perceived offense. It was only pure injustice, a selfish act of devastation. One thought alone burned in my mind. I would never let it happen again. And so did I walk onward,
I would never let it happen again, but instead I was the one perpetrating it against Halia later.
It was tragic.
Thus, I choose to make this a land of eternal, perfect equality, even should it cost my life. I shall return the anxieties endowed upon this scepter, and let it be heard. To burden others with your own fears and responsibilities is cowardice. My royal magic shall craft a world where that cannot be. Such cowardice dies.
There are other solutions.
I'm impressed that you didn't end up obsessed with revenge. But you act like it's wrong for people to trust each other.
Luis, you're not describing a nation that condemns evil. You're describing a nation that's entirely blind to it. A land of amoral beasts, not people. In the end, I think you're still trapped. You've been stuck in that night of flames all your life. You don't trust anyone. That's why you can only imagine a world apart from you. Unless you can face that anxiety within yourself, then you're no different from everyone you've rejected.
So be it. From the beginning, I have championed world order determined by power. All that remains is for me to realize my truth by burying you beneath it.
I like how Stroll was doing all the talking there. Gina did a little bit, Heisme said a little thing, but like everyone else has just been like quiet or saying like very small interjections. It's kind of nice when everyone has a chance to say like an equal amount of stuff just before the final boss.
You are not the sole wielders of these lost archetypes. I am Luis, bearer of the royal scepter. With only a thought, the power of kings is mine to command.
What?
Behold, and I will reveal the secrets still beyond you.
Oh no, he's becoming a Final Fantasy 14 boss.
Come, we decide our world's future here.
Oh, I wish his archetype actually looked like one of our archetypes. Like, you know how our archetypes don't have any human features? Like, all their skin is covered by the armor and stuff like that too, and that's not what his looks like. Our archetypes all look like Xenoblade mechs.
Our land is consumed with anxiety as it has never been before. All of it, foundation for my new, better world. You are but an audience, powerless to tread on history's stage. Let it begin.
This is just normal boss music too.
You fight for your ideal world. Hear it now.
Okay, well, let's do our thing. I think it's still kind of weird that our passives still appear on this menu even though you can't select them. You should put them at the bottom at least, just to remind you that you have them.
How about this?
Now for a grand maneuver.
Let's get him!
How's this?
I wonder how much damage I can do to him in one turn.
Much thanks.
That helped us out.
For
Here
all
I go.
that I believe.
Let's get aggressive.
Thanks.
Only the strong can prevail.
Let us clean up this. I need this. Oh, power of kings. This should suffice.
Really help.
That helps.
Thanks.
Moving back. Watch me.
This is why I brought Debilitate.
This might.
2 Vidarthias would be a waste.
Stay insane in a... Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. You're out of here.
Julio left him wide open.
Not bad, not bad.
Lend me your strength.
On your guard.
How's this?
Ooh, I got a crit on that too.
Very good. By all means, challenge me. Stake everything you have on this battle.
I'm so proud of myself for coming up with that strat.
I will face your convictions head on and crush them. This is but my first step towards my ideal world. There is no hope for you.
Yeah, you did Kuna yourself, don't worry, I'm gonna hit you anyways.
No desperation shows.
You did like almost nothing to me that turn.
I have my methods.
For all that I believe.
Come on, follow me.
Oh, he didn't even dispel our attack up.
Let's do this.
Let's keep cool.
Yeah, Louise is naked, avert your eyes.
Much thanks.
I owe you one. Who should I beat down first? You better be ready.
Oh, I didn't even need the prince's turn, okay.
I do not fear death. And yet...
Okay, bring on phase 2, man. Bring it on.
I've done it.
I'm just getting stronger. Yeah, I just sneezed on him.
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Ah, I didn't know I had it in me.
Yeah, imagine if that was it, I'd be so disappointed.
For me.
I am most certainly stronger than I was.
I hope they give me back my MP before the next phase, though. Not that I use that much,
Yeah,
but
that feels nice.
it'd be a nice little gift. Yeah, I'm suffering from success over here. But it feels good. Beat up
I
Louise.
think we've won this one.
So the power I have now is not enough.
Like, this guy's like never, every time we beat him up, he's like never fazed by anything. Like, he doesn't really show any emotions about anything. He's just like, oh, whatever. Guess I'll try my next stage of my
The
plan.
magla drawn to the royal scepter has faded more than I expected. Just as I thought. I would be a fool to underestimate you. But I made a decision that day. Even if history remembers me as a destructor king, I will put an end to the injustices of this world.
What? What are you?
I commend you. Clearly no half measures will do. If I am to take your lives, I must stake my own. And all its power.
Like, how is he so strong, too? Like, I know he's been, like, they built him up as being this revered, like, general child genius, and he is Elda, but, like how, like, and he has the King's Scepter now, but, like, even before that, like, how is he just so ridiculously strong? It's just, that didn't really add up. He's just a normal dude.
Damn, we can't get close. Tis a tremendous aura.
I have a vision, and you will interfere with it no longer. Wait!
And he retreats again to another dungeon. Oh, to his gauntlet runner.
Luis still has the royal scepter. If we let him buy time, there's no telling what he'll do.
Bloody hell! We can't even go after him.
There's no time to go back down to land and reorganize. We'll do whatever it takes to get that scepter back before the dawn.
It's evening now. Hey, Nurse.
Ah, everyone! That bastard Louise took to his Skyrunner!
It's so funny to see, because, like, Nurse is wearing shorts, so, like, right there, the shot of him, like, we're running up to him, and you just see his, like, bare leg wearing sandals in the shot.
Yes, we know. Can you go after him?
It'd be suicide, lad. Though, suppose it's too late to back down now. Well, I was saving some reserve power for the trip home, but if we're using it here, we're using it here.
Gauntlet Run is nearing its limit. Even if we catch up to him, we may not have a way to get to Charadrius. We don't have a choice. We need to put a stop to Luis, to the destruction he would cause.
Well, chums, batten down the hatches and brace for the storm.
Imagine if the final battle of this game was actually just like a Gauntlet Runner shooting minigame, like they do in like Drakengard all the time, or Or in like Batman Arkham Knight, where they make you get to the Batmobile and do Batmobile shooting things for half the boss fights.
Hop to it now! Get in! I'll just fire up the...
Like just a completely unrelated mini game that we've never played before, and suddenly it's like the final battle.
Look over there! Enemies! Ugh, of all times. Wait, how many are there? Where did they all come from?
He's trying to slow us down. Ain't like Luis to put off a fight, but I suppose he's too cornered to be picky anymore.
Well, don't just stand around talking. Get in the gauntlet runner.
Hold on! The old girl's still barely holding together. She can't take off that quickly.
What do we do?
Your Highness, you get in the runner first. We'll buy you some time for takeoff.
Okay, bye, Stroll.
We can fight them together.
No. Even if we get the Skyrunner off the ground, it'll all be for naught if anything happens to you.
Yeah, we'll stay here and fight the enemies. You go catch up to Luis, and then when you catch up to him, summon your adventurer friends from across the void. Make yourself a party of 8 using your crystal.
No need to fuss anyway. Just kick them around for a bit while preparations are in the way.
If you know, you know.
Does that work for everyone else?
Fine. Suppose I'll keep you company.
Had you not suggested it, I would have done so myself.
What else are we gonna do? Twiddle our thumbs inside while Norris does all the work.
But no, I can't fight by myself. You guys are my buffers. I do all the damage, but you guys need to buff me and then debuff the enemy.
Nearest, don't let us down now.
Stroll, how about we just leave you?
Right. I'll get it done, damn it. Hop in, Your Highness.
Well, let's do this.
Okay, you can do this, Stroll. Just don't use up too much of your MP, okay?
We hold the line!
Is the final battle a 1v1? Well, it's animated.
We must endure this.
Oh, they even animated the archetypes.
Hulkenberg!
Yeah, just call out a dragon and block the path of the dragon.
Got it. We're powered.
Why didn't you transform, Basilio?
Not good. They're going for the Skyrunner.
Not on my watch.
Let's wreck him.
Hey, what are you doing?
Sure you want to die next to me, old man? Thought you ate platypus.
Aye, it's true I don't understand you and I never will. But I know I don't hate you, boy.
Let's go!
Aye! We fly!
What?
He wants to be the main character so bad.
And no one must protect his people! Take this!
I mean, we have ranged attacks, guys. Come on.
Finally, I've earned my title.
The animation's not bad, but because so much is going on, it's a little choppy. Like the action itself, it's a little choppy.
She flies. Straight and steady.
Our kingdom is in your hands, my prince.
Look at Juna blocking that with her fan like a boss.
Gotta go back! Everyone, they're going to!
We can't go back now.
We have to!
Take cover in the back. You made my dreams come true. You and the rest of them. If we live, we'll meet again.
I hope Nurse doesn't die. Of all the main characters, he's the one most likely to die.
Let's fly!
Nurse! Wait, do I actually have to go through this dungeon by myself? Oh no, it's just a straight up confrontation.
You've lost everything, and yet still here you stand. I must say your audacity is almost admirable. However, you rejected me, and I will not relinquish the royal scepter. Since we cannot come to terms, we can only decide this through battle.
You think, Luis? We've been saying that this whole time. You're saying it like it's some kind of revelation. Oh, we have no choice but to fight. That's what's been happening for the last, like, 100 hours of this game.
I have but one final question. Prince, do you wish to stop me? Or do you wish to be king? What is it you truly want?
Don't give in to his mind games, just attack him. It doesn't matter. I think there's a bad ending in this game if you actually, like, say some of the bad choices during the last stretch.
I want to stop you.
I see. Then I too will fight you with all that I am. For the sake of this country. But it hardly matters now. My ascension is complete. With my own hands, I will tear apart these lie-laced dreams and bury the past. Here ends the royal bloodline and the legacy of the archetypes. We stand on the threshold of a new dawn, a new age.
I can't listen to any more of this.
My feelings exactly, Gallica.
What new age? What do you know about him? All you do is destroy.
Okay, Gallica, that's not an invitation for you to give him more opportunities to speak.
You refuse to believe in dreams. That's why you can't believe in anything that's gradual, complicated, and slow to change. All that means is that you give up on everything. You'll never beat us. You're nothing but a coward trying to escape this reality for one you made up.
The time for words has passed.
That's what I've been saying. Besides, if you want to make Luis angry, like, the only thing that has given him any sort of reaction is when we said that he's no better than Forden. That's the only thing that's actually gotten him angry. Nothing else seems to work on him.
So be it.
Ooh, it's kind of cool. He has like an angel and a skull thing hanging from his
Intense
legs.
Magla.
Like, who do you think you are, Lucilius? Why are you not transforming, Prince?
quintessential force of the archetype. Is this all?
Such strength. How? It's happening so quickly.
Behold,
No, it wasn't.
this is the Royal Scepter's potential.
It's a turn-based battle system, Gallica. The main character just passed his turn.
Exist no longer. As I said, I would rather not force needless death upon you.
And now Luis has his press turn.
Embrace it once more. Take your true form and become worthy of my new world. You are unfazed by the melancholy.
Yet you thirst.
Drink deep of the Megami.
Not again!
What?
Stop! No! No!
We ripped out our hearts out of our chests so many times in this game, and it worked out fine every other time.
Can't be! Wake up! I said wake up! Hey! Please!
My obstacles are clear.
The boy
Open your eyes!
is no more.
Wake up! Please! You have to wake up.
Oh no, I just realized. No, 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 no. No, I'm gonna touch that book and there's gonna be a long ass cutscene with more. No, no. No. Oh my god, I was right. I hate it when I'm right. Oh great. Get ready, buckle in guys, there's like an hour cutscene with more now.
Are you awake now?
Oh boy.
I summoned you just in time. Do you remember what happened? What you've done?
Luis cast a spell and...
Why are you sitting on top of that pyramid? More? You look like you're awfully poised for a fight.
I'm frankly amazed you would go to such lengths, even to fight back against the spell. If I hadn't saved you, you really would be dead. But rest assured, you're finally safe. As for where we are far, far away from that hellish world. Do you remember the first time we met?
Why does your voice sound so sinister all of a
I
sudden?
was sure you would find a clue in your journey that might reveal where in the world this place is. So I believed anyway. But I was wrong. From the start. This place is... It was never of that world to begin with. No. Maybe there's a better way to put it.
Wait, so you know how I've been saying all along that Moore is probably, like, also the king, right? What if when Luis killed the king, like, he stabbed him through the heart, but then Moore, or the king, cast a spell at the very last second to, like, spirit himself away into here, into this library to, like, save his soul. And now he's doing the same thing to us. He's like, well, I guess Luis killed you. You can join me here in Purgatory and help guide the next protagonist.
This is a place that exists between reality and fantasy.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
In other words, the world we've been living in is fantasy. The journey was all an illusion.
An illusion?
There's nothing but despair in that world. And it will never get better. It's an endless, painful, irredeemable hell. I'd always believed that creating a utopia was possible. And if there was desire, then I thought maybe one day someone would achieve it. But I came to realize I was mistaken. In the end, a fantasy is just that. A fantasy. But all that primordial chaos only exists in that world. The world of reality is nothing like that. Really, it's an environment you should know quite well. You've come to know so much of it already. Through text on a page. Now, behold!
That's boss sounding words.
Isn't this? Indeed. It's the world I wrote accounts of in my novel. Until now, you've thought this world a mere fantasy. But it's not.
So the world I know is all an illusion. And the world of the
Welcome to the
novels,
world of Persona.
reality?
Surely you already know. There is no deadly magic, no prejudice between its people.
Oh yeah, our world is perfect. There's no racism
All
anywhere.
you have to do is admit that everything you've been through has been nothing but a story. Just a fantasy. Then this can be your perfect reality.
Yeah, because, you know, in our world, everyone's happy and there's no racism at all, right? This is so... Oh.
Your journey of revolution was just a passing dream. Let me take you back to reality, child.
Which one of these sounds like the better answer?
What will happen to my friends?
You don't have to worry. As long as you can accept that this place is real, everyone will be safe.
Like, this sounds like a twist that they would write into, like, Umineko, except Umineko does it, like, so much better.
That world is past any point of redemption. Change is impossible. The royal magic was supposed to be the turning point, but it was all for nothing. In the end, people don't want their world to change. They just want someone to be a sponge for their infinite anxieties. That's all. You can't blame Luis for wanting to end that cycle. How could anyone accept that they lived in a world that miserable?
Even so, I don't want to give up on it.
Come on, snap out of it!
What?
Her voice.
My, such disbelief on your face. But once you stop to consider it, the ideas fall apart. Come now. Magic? Some otherworldly force capable of anything, with anxiety as its fuel? A fanciful idea to sustain a fantasy world. Illusion. All of it.
I mean, I do agree that the whole anxiety and magic thing is really dumb, but...
Those curiosities in academia, they were there because of the place's connection to true reality. And not even they could endure.
It was really all an illusion? Even magic? I also like how we're just in the middle of the crosswalk. Like, of all the locations, they had to pick, like, an iconic one, and here we are.
You still don't believe me. Why is that?
I still have unfinished business.
But why? What unfinished business remains in an unwinnable battle? If I hadn't saved you, you would have died there. You don't have to chase your fears and anxieties based on some misguided concept of justice. It was all illusory, and there is no shame in accepting that. Reality is a monolith. Reality is unchangeable. So stay here in Utopia. In the place you loved reading about so much.
And then you'll soon realize this place isn't really much of a utopia.
This place, it isn't a utopia.
I've been thinking about it for some time. I have too! Does the novel truly depict the ideal world?
You mean you deny it? Will you deny that the world of the novel is utopia?
Okay, now this is the music picking up. This is what I want. I understand now. It's hard to say it, but this place isn't an ideal world after all. And
I can at least cast my usual spell for you. It's the small comforts, right? Music was the first magic this world ever knew after all. Makes the road a little easier, right?
thanks, Gallica, for changing the battle track. The melody I've come to know echoes around me, rousing my spirit once more. Wait for the next spin-off game, Metaphor ReFantazio Dancing All Night Long. Or Dancing in Fantasy. How's that? Magic hasn't been lost.
The journey, my friends, they were as real as anything I've known.
Why won't you understand? Please, I don't want you to die. I can't lose anything else. Truly, I see. I understand now. I remember. I had indeed lost everything. Despite my lofty ideals, I lost everything. Academia, the woman I loved, even my only child.
Yeah, he's king. Knew it.
Reality isn't just cruel. It's cruel beyond any hope of change. That's why I had wished for someone to strike me down and end my misery.
You hoped for death?
My name is Hethlodius V. I once reigned as king.
Whoa, who would have thought?
Or I am half of one, to be accurate. I was born of the very magic that split the prince in twain and gave rise to you and this place. No, it is not real. We are inside the book you hold. It served as your key to visiting me. This was the form of my youth, when first I entered the ancient sanctum. Perhaps it would be best to call me a discarded shadow of idealism. I once took such joy and passion from my ideals. I truly believed that I might end the strife and discrimination that plagued our people across 9 endless years. But the tremendous incomprehension and injustice that defines our world, it was more than I could bear. It broke me. And Luis is likely going through the same thing. I want to save you from that despair. I understand now that I would do this as your father. I could not bear to lose my child a second time. If you stay here, at least you'll be saved. Do you truly still want to leave this place and risk your life to face a reality you can't change?
Oh my gosh, he's gonna talk me to death like he usually does.
Yes.
You are on the cusp of dying at Luis's hands. Is that not proof enough that we lack the power to change reality? I can't let you throw your life away against that man. I must stop you. Even if you come to hate me for it. Fantasy is a curse, sweet in seeming. And if I must save you from it, I will teach you what reality is.
Oh, okay, yeah, we are fighting.
I suppose how I promised to travel the world someday is destined to be only another unfulfilled dream.
I thought we'd be fighting in like the middle of Shibuya or something.
Archetypes embody the power of heroes who sought to change the world. And even having mastered such power against Luis, you could accomplish nothing. I wrote all my ideals into my novel, but my love's death showed me how empty it all was. You cannot sacrifice your one life for an empty dream.
I have to try at least.
Why can't you see that those ideals will only invite ruin? If no one else, you must live. That world is beyond your help, beyond any utopia. You must face reality, my son.
The only reason I'm surprised that we're fighting more is because I thought he would be like a New Game Plus boss, kind of like, you know, the Velvet Room attendants are usually the New Game Plus. It can't be that bad if I'm doing it 1v1, right? The worst part is I'd have to like rewatch the cutscene or skip it again if I lose.
It's okay. This is it.
Oh, the way he spins.
Vainly struggle onward in the real world. The novel I wrote for you seems to have kindled only ideals of naivete in you. Then even my folly has come to haunt you. My mistakes poison your life. As your father, you leave me no choice. I will put an end to this madness. I will save you.
Just you try, it's still my turn.
The magic seeds. Still up?
It was in this story, in this book, where you found your ideals. Haven't you always dreamt of utopia? Why did you resist it now? Why refuse me? Why?
Moore's power of talking saved him. He's at like 1 HP because they needed to get out those those pieces of dialogue. So then they were like, okay, we'll use this power of talking to save him. Hey Angora, welcome in.
This is it.
How many times did I teach you this lesson, old man?
You were my first reader. You of all people have to understand.
Thanks for the sleepless dream.
This is for your sake.
He looks so silly.
You don't have to fight this.
The magic seeds.
What?
Okay, can you restore my MP now?
To truly strive toward an ideal. What irony. After I spoke of fulfilling my dream alongside you.
Oh boy, money and mag that I won't be able to spend.
What power. To see the archetypes brought to such heights in so little time.
See, I knew something was off from him from the beginning. I knew there was a reason why I didn't like him from day one. In addition to also not liking the king, so now it's like double unlike him.
If you go back now, your ambitions will avail you nothing. You'll only die a dog's death. What is it that drives you so?
You gave up on your hopes, but I will not.
What? You think I chose to give up? Are you this determined to cling to your beliefs? Is that truly what separates us and keeps me confined here? Such power. Can it be? No matter how dire your fate, you never gave up. You surmounted every barrier, gathered and united soul after soul, and now, at last,
Hey Lexi, welcome in.
across 3 nations, 8 tribes, and humankind. To unite heroes across such abyssal divides would require surpassing power. The king of all archetypes. Is that the role you would seize? A true king in body and soul.
Do you hear me? Your Highness!
Oh, hi. Hi, Hulkenberg. You're still alive.
Oi! Wake up, Your Highness!
How? Their voices reach you? Even here? It would seem your future is not yours alone to decide. I have a fight to win. The support and ardor of your allies. Yes. The very power that reveals paths beyond your own perspective. I see. That is whence you draw your power. Neglect anxiety, and magic will lead to ruin. Even before the War of Destruction, the downfall was foretold. Yet still, they met their prophesied end. Perhaps archetypes are the will of humankind of old, left to us. A plea that we learn from their failures, that we might rebuild the future ripped from them.
We don't know that it can't be done.
Why did you put a double negative into your sentence?
Fascinating. Even as you face down the gravest oppression of reality, still you persist. Still you seek the world's unknowns as precious possibility. I see. Well, if you can believe there is more to the story than the end I see, then it is yours to tell. Once you return to reality, this place will surely fade as the dream it is. I, myself, will not be spared. Unlike you, my other half is long gone. And any reunion, lost. But if I truly am the idealized soul and hope of your father, then before I fade, I entrust you with the power of my life. Not as the author more, but as your father, the king.
The city before me fades away. Yeah, goodbye, Moore. My number one wish. Banish Moore. I mean, there's really no reason for his book world to fade. Like, why now? Is it because he used the power of the book to revive me? Or is it just because it's the end of the game and they couldn't figure out a reason to otherwise make it disappear? So it's like, now's the time. I'm back in academia. Can I at least keep your cat? I wrote my ideals as a fantasy novel because I believe that there is power in fantasy. Though all my story ultimately did was trail in the glories of the past, perhaps yours will show us the true power of fantasy. How many times can you say the word fantasy this stream?
Now then.
He's gonna start saying the word metaphor next. So carry on as you would. Make your final preparations. My time as Moore may be coming to an end, but I can continue to serve you in that role. Wait, I could actually, like, use academia now? This could very well be my last time here. I should ensure I leave with no regrets. The scroll contained the formula for the royal magic.
Listen here.
I finally understand it all now. This is unmistakably the formula for the royal magic invoked by the king. Small wonder was found in this room, where I myself and the former king who wrote it, at least in part. The royal magic brought many wonders to fruition, but the essence of my spell stems from one simple wish. A desire for guidance. One who would bring about the emergence of a hero. A seeker who would play an indispensable role in making this country rediscover the virtue it lost.
However,
Not in my wildest fantasy could I have imagined that you, whom I thought long dead, would become that hero. Through the power of guidance, a hero emerges. Then the seeker archetype I awakened to was...
yes.
After I committed the formula, I used the royal scepter to invoke the magic that would put things into motion upon my death. Once it began, those words coursed through my mind. I know not what spurred me to do so, but I wrote them all down with frantic urgency. That's why the language of a faraway land is scrawled throughout the scroll. Even now, I don't know the full significance of them. However, I can only imagine they were as an essential part in reaching the true seeker I sought. In any case, that very hero appears before me now. The cogs that have been set in motion can no longer be stopped. O great hero, I entrust the future of this kingdom to you.
Now that you say it,
As for the Seeker's research, allow me to close the book on it. It's already well beyond the scope of anything I could have imagined.
please do make yourselves
I
comfortable.
like how I can still talk to him and do things. Oh, he doesn't let me do specific things. Oh, he still lets me make masks and stuff, though. Here, let me just spend some time. Ooh, I can make these masks now. Fortune, Berserker. I guess I got quite a few masks while I was farming, huh? But not enough to get every mask. I think there's an achievement for getting every mask. I won't be able to do that. Oh, I can still access my party members too. Oh, the best part is I can save. It's probably because there's another boss fight, and they're like, if you die to that boss fight, then then you could restart from this point instead of having to listen to more or do all this talking all over again. That's probably what this is, right? The way his head drops the second I finish.
Make yourself at home.
Go to sleep.
Welcome.
He's like a puppet without his strings. Where's your cat? I'm just glad he gave me a save point. Bye, Mort. See you again, never.
All right.
If you leave here, you'll never be able to return. Are you certain you've done all you need to do? I'm ready. When you leave that door, a predicament awaits you. If that's even a strong enough word. Louise transformed into a demon, and at his side, death itself. Well, way to spoil what's coming up more. Last I checked, he was not a demon yet.
However,
You've already overturned your fated demise once. If you do emerge victorious and become king, you would truly have proved your ideals correct. That fantasy is not just an empty dream, but one with the power to change the world. It seems as though my novel has outlived its usefulness. Feel free to leave the old book here. From now on, you'll be the one writing the story. Your own true tale of fantasy. This is my story. It's my story. I'm the leading man. My story. Leading man. My story.
kingdom rests in your hands now.
Or just stop talking. You've been talking for the last like 25 minutes. Can you let me go?
If there is yet any value to believing in something beyond us, prove to me that fantasy has the power to color reality. Now, onward, O King of a new dawn!
The sudden British accent takes you out every time.
Everyone! He's awake!
How did everyone get here?
Is he all right?
Last I saw, Stroll fell off the sky.
Huh. Considering it was we who engaged Amata's gambit, this must be rather humorous to him.
We pulled through. Thanks to Neurus. Can't believe he caught us mid-plummet on that busted Skyrunner.
Well,
Yeah, Nurus.
don't leave out highs, mate. Wouldn't have
MVP.
expected his wings to be so handy.
Never again.
We're in good shape. Our wounds have already healed. It was all so fast. I'm still a little shocked.
Is Louise just patiently waiting for us to
True.
reconvene?
It's bound to be everyone hoping the best for us below. Like what Luis did. Only the magic working in reverse. What?
Hey, where is he? Oh, there he is.
Why? Why do you still stand in defiance? What drives such tenacity?
Wait, who's driving Luis's Gauntlet Runner? Is it running on autopilot or something?
Luis, the world is full of injustice.
There's no way there's actually a human person in there
Everything you've said is wrong,
driving.
much as it hurts to admit.
Yet, you would give up because you see no other way. And no future can come from that. We may struggle with fear and anxiety, but we shape our own destiny with our own hands. I have no doubts.
Yes, you're a man who has endured tragedy. It's foolish, I know, all this talk of belief. I know well. That said, if you cast aside all belief, all that remains is to endure a slow death.
As for me, I believe things can change. I have to. Singing and believing aren't so far apart, right? Even then, my songs touched you too. I know they did.
I don't know if he actually cared about your songs at all.
I'd idealize my death more than I ever did my life. Thanks to a chance encounter, everything changed for me. Now I can hope for the best, without fearing for the worst. The possibilities are endless. If you ask me, that's what magic is.
Luis, you got all these people who believe in you, because you gave them a shred of hope. And now, you want to crush that hope. Maybe you're the one who's scared. Deep down, you're afraid to admit to yourself, you're the one who's hopeless now.
Luis, the fairies came to live in the Sanctum. But do you know why we chose it? The Elder Tribe. We admired the people of humanity. To make our dreams into realities, we have to trust each other. When people do that, that's what makes them so amazing. If you deny the power of trust, if you make the world a place where it can't exist, then you're just plain wrong!
Fools. These false foundations. Who in their right mind could promise such fantasies? I will never let injustice be repeated. Never again!
Yeah, turn into something horrific. Turn into something horrific. And gigantic. That's gigantic. Ooh, that's horrific.
His aura is entirely different. It's a magla burst. Luis is becoming a human.
Come on then! No choice now. We prove ourselves with all that we are!
Let's go then! This is our final battle!
Again, the world must be shattered, and again it must be rebuilt anew. You will die in tribute to my ideals, Prince.
We will win this. For the sake of our world.
I'll use what I must. There's a better way.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
He's level 82, that's not too bad. Oh, he has 3 targets. Okay, well that's great. Okay, well, what do I take out first? Do I take out his joy, his ire, or his mirth? I feel like mirth might be the one that, if I were to guess, ire might be like attacking, and then mirth might be like buffing, and then this one might be debuffing. Let's get rid of his mirth. I feel like ire is like the obvious choice, but I feel like that's a fake out. Here, let's get rid of his mirth.
I have my methods.
Come on, follow me!
Got it, boss!
Let's keep cool.
This animation is so silly every time I see it.
Let's get aggressive!
Quite a move. You think yourself equal? Falling back! Eek. This should suffice.
That helps.
That helps us out.
This'll be over. Moving to the mass. That's going for the weak spot.
You better be ready.
Let's stay calm.
That's what they get.
So that was about 6,000 damage, and it took about that much. Okay. If he has that for every face, it might be a few turns of this.
I'm all prepared.
Wait, why is it... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I feel like I have an extra turn, but...
Forward!
Oh, because Basilio got a crit. That's why. I was like, how come I still have a turn after this?
Some darker arts.
What does that mean?
What was that?
Good job, Heismay. He just ended his turn immediately. Wait, I don't have anxiety. I'm looking at my... I thought he gave us all a status effect, but there's no status effect there. Okay, I guess we avoided it? Good. Although we have our agility debuffed.
Maybe not. Now for a grand maneuver.
Here it comes!
He did debilitate me.
How's this?
But that I can work around.
I owe you one.
He's still fully debuffed, and then what's my debuff? Or what's my buff? I still attack up 3, okay. I'm still fine.
Get wrecked!
Oh, did I just kill that mask? No more mirth for you, buddy.
Come forth, royal soul. No, let's set it up.
Okay, Joy or Ire. You know, let's take out... Maybe the Ire one is just the attacking one.
Please allow
Let's take care of his Joy. No Joy for Louise. You should have used Takaja on me, bucko.
I'll use what I
That didn't do as much as I would have wished. Oh, because that one's not debuffed, that's why.
How about this?
No one.
Well, I can still get another Masquerade charge on, unless he dispels it.
Got it, boss!
Let's keep cool.
Much thanks.
That helped us out.
You struggle in vain. Give in to the truth. Your fantasy has no meaning whatsoever.
How many times have they said the word fantasy today? I block fire, you
Iniquity of
idiot.
The world can only be cleansed if the strong subsume the weak. Now, be a noble sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself to the new age.
What's this? What?
Is he trying to swallow those people? Wait, they're puppets? I'll figure something out. Hear my prayer.
Is that...
I'm sensing deadly magma in the puppets.
Getting away.
Attack him
Here
before
I
he
go.
swallows more.
So you're telling me I should attack this? But I already debuffed this one! I should probably do what she says, though.
Oh, awesome souls, do your thing! Let's get aggressive!
Behold, I walk a ring.
Am I still charged? Yes, I am.
Maybe not. I'm all prepared.
On your guard!
How's this?
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
Rancor!
Behold this power. Now for a grand maneuver.
I should just masquerade charge whenever I can, huh? I know Basilio still has his charge, but...
Here it comes!
I knew you'd help.
Quite a boon.
I owe you one.
You've got a
You
lot
better be
of
ready.
slowing you down, Captain.
And its people shall perish.
Wait, we have an ailment that's... Oh, my agility's down. I'm really lucky my main character didn't miss. But then again, he has agility down too, so he is... That might offset my agility down.
Julio left him wide open.
It's okay. We'll do this
Hit
together.
that weakness.
Oh, I almost used Fire Art by accident. I mean, what if I use Armageddon's Final Sire? Oh, it still takes 3 turns. Plus, I do more damage than 9999, so I think that's not worth it.
Please allow me.
No holding back! Still up?
With the sacrifices lost, the area is calm. Oh, of course he hit his weakness. Oh, good dodge, Heizme. Oh, that wasn't Heizme that dodged.
I have my methods.
Come on, follow me.
Got it, boss!
Without the need to heal, I've just been going on full offense.
That helps us out. I'm ready. All right.
Well, this might actually kill him because he's weak to blunt damage now.
You're out of here.
Thanks, Basilio.
I'm all prepared.
Oh, he's not debuffed, but that's okay. I'll take what I can get. Because next turn is Heizme's.
Forward.
How's this?
Now accept your fate.
Oh, you know what? I should have passed to Juna and had her do another Masquerade charge.
Nice dodge.
Thanks, Heizme.
This is just what I need.
Basilio's running out MP. I should start
Combine
doing
our strength.
Masquerade charge with the MC.
I knew you'd help.
My thanks. Thanks.
Who should I beat down first? Oh, awesome souls, do your thing! Get wrecked!
Julio left him wide open. Let's
Oh,
hit
that didn't do much damage at all.
Power.
Why is that?
We'll do this together. Maybe there's a
Their
better
weak
choice.
strike attacks. Smash him up.
Come forth, Royal Soul.
My attack up is about to fade. Oh, but Heizme can take care of that.
Lend me your strength.
Get him.
No holding back. Still here?
Hey, Louis, welcome to the stream.
Fortifying.
Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see ya.
That helps.
I owe you one.
Random crit. Come on. No, and anxiety.
He's building up an incredible amount of magma.
Sacrifice yourself to the new age.
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked.
Oh, damn it. She can't do anything with the anxiety.
Great job, Juna.
I'm
Oh,
ready
well,
whenever.
Their weak
that was actually kind of useful, I guess. Thanks. Am I still charged? I'm not charged, right? I'm not. That's fine.
Open Magless mating!
Oh, you're just dead.
My perfect world!
Oh, hi, Louise.
Not yet. I refuse. I won't let it end like this.
Oh, but I didn't get a chance to heal. I should have healed at the end.
Be a sacrifice. You will sustain the strong. Oh, weak one. Oh, peon.
His Magla has gone out of control. At this rate, even a man of Luis's mental strength would lose his grip on sanity.
In the end, even he couldn't escape his own anxiety.
Then by his own logic, we've got to put him down. The weak deserve to die. The bastard's own words, yeah?
If he saw a threat in our power, then let us wield it.
You can't just believe in nothing. Nobody can rely on themselves alone. It's a pitiful way to live, and it's time we put an end to it.
Yeah. You have anxiety, and I have anxiety, and Luis has anxiety. Everyone has anxiety.
Luis, we are born! Here and now, I will strike you down!
Okay, it's time to do this. Give us our final call to arms.
Come on, everyone. Let's go!
This is our last chance. We've come this far. We have to end this here and now.
I also just realized we're fighting Charadrius while riding Charadrius. Okay, but he only has one target now, right? Okay. That should be easier, I think.
have my methods.
Come on, follow me.
Oh, and Juna's anxiety's gone. She recovered from her own anxiety.
Let my power support you.
Congratulations.
Keep cool.
I knew you'd help.
Much thanks.
That helped us out. You better be ready.
And it's people.
It's a new fight, right? Which means I should be able to use Hero's Cry, right?
Let's get aggressive.
My thanks.
Light is power.
Yes, thank gosh.
Our new world and its ideals have no need for you.
So the thing is, I could do my normal strat is do Mataru Kaja, then Juna does Debilitate, and then we hit him with 2 strong moves. But because we need to heal, I need Juna to do Medica. So right now I have a choice, do I do Mataru Kaja or Vidarthia? I think Vidarthia gives me a little bit more bang for my buck.
How about this?
Because it'll debuff his attack.
Behold this power. Keep it together.
I knew you'd help.
Much thanks.
I owe you one. Here I go.
Oh, I forgot to move Heisman and Juna back to the back. Oh well.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Oh, that looks so weird. For a second, it looked like he had tiny little bird feet and he was like hanging out on like a branch shaped like a bowling pin. But I don't think those are feet. I think he's just growing out of the airship? Question mark? Torpedo? Question mark? Very weird.
You're out of here.
Ilio left him wide open.
Let's work
hit
together.
that new weakness. Give it all you've got.
No holding back.
Oh boy! Not my best though. Not my strongest hit.
Why? Why can you not understand my ideals? Feel true terror.
Oh, you're feeling high pressured, huh?
Give in to anxiety.
The link has been severed.
I see your game.
Your attacks are so wimpy.
Aura's
Face me.
overpowered.
He didn't debuff himself. Oh, he did.
Making it harder to fight. Just hold on.
What do you mean it makes it hard to fight? What just happened?
I my methods.
Don't underestimate me. Let's do this together.
I just realized I'm running low on MP. I think I could still do Basilio and main character's attacks one more time though. I think next turn I'm gonna have to do a healing phase. Oh no, but oh wait, no, I can. If I do Masquerade Dance with, I'm charged with MC.
You can do this.
I think I still have enough MP for like one more strike.
Quite a move.
That helped us out. I'm ready when... Get wrecked!
Oh! Oh, I bet I can do this. I bet I can do this. No items, baby! You better not have another phase. I can't believe I didn't need to eat a single MP recovery item.
But why? Why is it still beyond me?
Get out of here, Skeletor.
Dawn breaks.
You know, for a game that had so much talking, I'm surprised Luis didn't give like a 10-minute speech as he fell to his death. Like, it almost feels like this isn't real. It almost feels like something else is gonna pop up and attack us. Like we're gonna have to fight the moon.
Look! He's done it! He's finally beaten Luis!
Or Batlin's gonna come up here and start challenging us to a fight.
Does this mean he's won?
Yeah, this is all just fantasy. Oh, she's gonna say the word. She's gonna say fantasy.
He did it!
Not yet.
Oh, Fabienne, you let me down.
I have my ideals.
Oh, he's still alive. Of course.
Everyone's fighting their fear and anxiety. Nobody knows for sure what's right. And even through all that, the people have declared you king!
We fight for more than justice. Show him our will against his. Show him the fall of his world.
Hold fast to your ideals! 'Tis your sworn duty as king!
You wielded the power of kings! It's time to stop following in their footsteps! Now it's your turn to take your place with them!
Protagonist is evolving. How many times did I teach you this lesson?
Is naught but lies!
What? What's going on?
Please turn my hair blue again. Please turn my hair blue again. That'd be the best prize of it all.
Now, die!
No. Fantasy is more than an empty dream. It's a dream with the power to change the world!
Damn you!
It's like the ending of a Persona game. Like, actually. Oh, we were riding on our Gauntlet Runner for the whole fight. I thought we were still on the Charadrius, but his body was the whole Charadrius. Oh good, I didn't actually have to do that fight myself. Oh, not you again!
Must be the Lord that governs Utopia and all worthy champions. The hero's archetype. The king.
Oh, so that's why I unlocked Prince and not King.
I see. At long last, fantasy has become a force that frees people from anxiety. A harbinger of change for a deadlocked reality.
No more.
Have chosen
No
my
more.
son. With that, my tremendous gamble hath borne fruit.
Oh, don't take credit for what I've done, man. I did say at the beginning of the game that the King's Magic idea was a stupid thing on his part, and maybe if he had, like, foresight to know that it would all turn out okay in the end. But he didn't really have foresight, it was just a gamble. Very irresponsible.
Thus it is that my duty here draws to a close.
And now, a novel you wrote with such passion will finally begin a new chapter.
My wife!
This voice... is that... could it be? But how?
While flames swept through the sanctum, I cast a final spell to abandon my body and survive in soul. I became an immaterial being among the fairies. I had to, so I might provide guidance to the child on his most perilous path.
The power of the archetypes. Was that your doing?
No. All I did was awaken them to it. My voice carried the words they needed to hear. That power is no great and rare treasure. It is something that might be grasped by anyone with the will to change the world. And anyone has the power to change the world. Those children proved as much. Now, that boy has grasped the courage of a warrior. All dragons who still roamed the continent have fallen by his hand.
Oh, is that different dialogue because I did the dragon side quest?
For what greater embodiment of the impossible is there than a dragon? And he now possesses the power and will to quell those forces.
I mean, technically there was one dragon I didn't beat. It was the one in, like, the very first early dungeon of the game in that demo that we snuck past.
I see. Then he is not so weak a child that I must hold his hand. I am truly sorry. I lost all the power I once knew. I saw the sanctum burn, and you. I lost you. Once they took our child from me, all my remaining hope went with him. And so I placed my faith in the royal magic. I believed that if this world would choose him, there would still be hope.
This shall do. That boy's fight, and ours, is finally over.
No, it's not. My fight's not over. I'm just become king. I have so much more ahead of me in my life. Like, the game's over, but, like, the character who is becoming the king has so much more to fight against to perfect his world. His fight is just beginning, man.
The people no longer need some mystic relic or some lofty magics to soothe their fears. They have found the strength to overcome it within.
Where's the cat, though? Was she the cat all along?
Provided they can turn their anxiety into strength and never stop walking toward the unknown, reality will ever change. Their world shall be one full of possibility.
This isn't about the throne anymore. It marks the beginning of a new era, led by those who are truly worthy of the people's trust. Almost the appointed time now. The day is dawning on a new king's reign. and with it, my true passing. However, if I may truly end my life with pride in my boy, and my love at my side, I've no regrets.
It's been a long road to this moment, hasn't it?
It has indeed. But for our son, a new journey now begins.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Where's the cat, though? Why is Luis's head even on the rock anymore if he's dead, though? Shouldn't it be gone?
Heed me,
like
all
Fortin's?
people of the kingdom. Dawn breaks and the appointed hour hath come.
He speaks. With the announcement of our new king, everything finally ends.
I now settle the long-contested succession to the throne. They who hath gathered the most faith from their subjects amassed, they who have overcome this fierce contest, the throne's new sovereign, I now reveal. Behold, your new king of your kingdom united.
I will now announce the king's name. Oh, but I can't say his name because he's a nameable MC by the player, so I'm just gonna say king. Ugh, that's so creepy. Yeah, gross.
Look, it's him! Yeah!
It's him, he who we cannot say his name.
Yay! Look! Look, that's him, isn't it? He won!
He certainly did, love. He really did. I still can't believe it. That boy pulled it off.
Yeah, him.
His Majesty, the new king.
I won't accept it! The new king is Count Luis.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Luis is dead. Yeah, exactly. He. A new power.
You can't just crown his son after all. That's cheating, that is. Rise up, people! Riot!
Nepotism!
Disorderly conduct will not be permitted.
Settle down. The tournament is over.
So there's the Igniter Consortium head and the two princes, but like the general guy just kind of disappeared. I know they said that he got like ousted by the people, but like he just kind of disappeared.
Our new king has been decided, and the royal capital falls under His Majesty's rule. Threaten it, and you shall face the wrath of the crown theocracy's warrior monks.
Thanks, kiddo. You turned out to be okay after all. I'm sorry for making fun of your appearance.
Bloody fantastic. They really did it.
So is the moon just gonna stay there? Can it go away now? It's kind of unnerving.
Quietude descended once again upon the royal capital, and the day of the new king's coronation arrived.
Yeah, they saw Luis turn into like a giant demon angel thing, and they still want him to be king. Again, like, nowadays celebrities, politicians, they can do the most heinous things and still get away with things, and still get support from the people. It's insane. So that's actually kind of believable. Unfortunately.
Boy, coronation really crept up on us. There's a lot of people in the crowd.
I hope I could do this.
Don't tell me you're nervous. After everything we survived already, stage fright should be nothing for you.
Of course, I'm fine.
If you say so. Just do relax your shoulders once you're out there, eh?
Honestly, Nurus MVP, and he didn't even really show up for like the last section. They're just like, oh yeah, Nurus saved us. You don't get to see him right now, but honestly, Nura's MVP.
We've all made due arrangements. You can trust in us. Your newfound dignity suits you well, Your Highness. Ah, but I suppose you have outgrown that title. Your Majesty. Yes, that too suits you well.
Your Majesty, I hope I can live up to that title.
By the way, saw some of them Senate fat cats hovering about, acting like they've been supporting us from the start, of course. Always on the winning side, eh?
The Senate Fat Cats! Hey Tsuki, welcome to the stream.
Better than the alternative, no? Especially since we've got some Luis diehards among the people.
I hear that many are concerned about his proficiency with statecraft. To be honest, I'm not so sure myself.
I mean, true, I don't have any political experience or experience governing anything. I'm not qualified for this position. And their concern is justified. It's not as though I swayed the entire kingdom to my idealistic views.
Juna will stand as moderator at the podium. His Majesty will only be asked for a few brief answers.
We'll use the pop star to distract everyone.
First, the people would know how you aim to lead them. How will you respond to that, Your Majesty?
I'm not sure how. This is so reassuring. You get a new king, and the first thing he says is, "I'm not sure how I'll rule." Okay, I don't want to risk like getting a bad ending though, so I'll say the good thing.
To change the world, all of us. I know I'm inexperienced, but I'll strive to do my utmost. With all of you at my side.
It'd be really funny if I picked that though.
That's fine. The people have about had it with pompous monologues. Better to say what you mean with determination.
They probably just change your words into something that sounds better though. It's like, I'm not sure how I'm gonna rule, but I'm gonna do my best and eradicate blah 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 and blah blah blah, and like, that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say I literally have no idea. The illusion of choice.
Still, there are a lot of people in the crowd who have never supported you. How are you going to respond to them?
Things won't change overnight. I'll try to earn their trust. I'll let my work prove my words. Well, that's pretty good.
I'll have to let my work prove my words. With results, I hope everyone can feel that our future will be brighter.
You went from a nobody to the top seat in the nation. No need to puff up and bluster anymore, what? You'll do fine.
A ruler must only stand tall. The rest is not done alone. We are with you.
Indeed.
Oops, I clicked too
We're no
fast.
strangers to more practical work. Whatever our tasks, I'm sure we can handle them.
Well, it's time to make your first appearance as our king. Let us brace ourselves.
Good luck.
Thanks for always having my back.
Well, let's go. To His Majesty, the new king.
Ooh, it's Idols Day. There's sales. Out of your way, folks. The king needs to go shopping.
All right, a warm welcome, please. His Majesty, the new king. Your Majesty, you're so young.
Please.
Juna, now's not the time.
My king, your subjects would hear how you intend to lead them.
Relax, okay? Take it easy and use your own words.
As a ruler, I've much to learn. I cannot say what I'll accomplish. And yet, I believe the world can change by our hand. And to that end, I will face any odds.
Now, Your Majesty, a few more words. Naturally, some under your rule now supported other people in the race. How do you respond to their voices?
There will be times I let you down. I know that. Only results can prove my intent. But still, even should you oppose your king, you can always believe in your own future. I will make sure of it!
I think you could have done that better. You kind of led with the negative part.
A nation where dreams and fantasies are always in reach. Will surely be a challenge.
We'll make it happen.
There you go. If you can pull that off, you'll be the finest king we've known. Well then, this is it. Your attention, please.
No lord remains for you to kneel before. Please take the crown with your own hands, my king.
Like, he led with, I know I'm going to let you down. Like, you say that at the end, or you don't say it at all, but... I know he's being earnest, but... Metaphor ReFantazio.
Ah, long have I awaited the arrival of this day.
More! I thought we were done with you. Get out of here.
This journey has reached its end. He came to know the goodness of a hero's heart, and became the king his people had always hoped for. But as this journey ends, so another begins.
So another begins. New Game Plus.
I'd like you to watch over him on his path for a little longer yet. 1 year has passed since the arrival of the new king.
Oh, we get a 1 year time skip? Okay. It's Idol's Day. Time to go shopping. I just walk among the people like that, and I don't even need like a security retinue or anything. Guess no one wants to assassinate me quite enough yet.
Know the news? They're finally reopening that mage academy that got closed down.
You don't say. The famous one deep in the Montario Mountains. Really? I'm impressed. It only took them a year.
They've even paved a proper mountain road. And get this, their headmistress is none other than Lady Juno.
What? The songstress?
Is she qualified for this?
Well, she is one of the king's 6 partisans. If she managed to help save the world from Luis, I expect she knows a thing or two about magic.
Wait, I have 6 partisans? But that means that they didn't count Nurus or Gallica. Right? Stroll, Hulkenberg, Heismay, Juna, Basilio, Yufa. That means they left out Nurus and Gallica. I should have 8 partisans. Oh wait, no, I get it. I know why. We didn't forget Nurus. We kicked out Stroll, clearly.
Sounds like they plan to fully open the magic researcher's findings to the people, too. Quite a turn from when the late Sanctifex banned it.
Makes sense to me. After the clash between His Majesty and Luis last year, everyone knows you don't really need an igniter to use magic.
And that's just today's news. It's surprise after surprise, ever since us church folk got the boot from the palace.
I can't believe it's just like random NPCs talking. They should at least have like Batlin be one of these people. Hard to believe it's already been a full year. Only natural there would be still unrest among the people.
Even the Royal Knights. Their leadership was bound to the church more than anything. And now he's out on his ear too. And replaced by Sir Heismay Noctoul, no less.
You believe that? The Royal Knights, led by a Ujif of all things. Though he's one of the 6 partisans himself. When he speaks, everyone listens. No one's about to complain.
So do we just hear about what everyone's up to through these 2 no-name people?
Even Parliament now invites citizen representatives to hearings. Strange to think we'd been deaf to the voice of the people until now. It's unbelievable, compared to the days of the autocrats. How swiftly the times change, eh?
Credit where it's due. I think it's thanks to His young Majesty. Remember last year's coronation? Unprecedented, that. Saw heroes of all different tribes celebrating the king's victory. Celebrating among the common folk, even. They tell me some of the younger aristocrats have taken to calling it the Great Reconciliation. It really is a tragedy, what happened to his father, the king. But considering how his sons turned out, I hope he's at peace.
Indeed. Yet the real test is still to come. The first year has seen a lot of good, but we've still got our share of problems.
People are smiling more now, but smiles won't solve the multitude of problems we still face.
Speaking of His Majesty, I've also heard some folks saying they've seen a boy wandering around these parts who looks just like him. You don't suppose?
You don't even know what your own king looks like? Not only am I wandering around amongst you, and I'm an Elda, which should make me stick out like a sore thumb, because apparently when I first came to the city, like, everyone knew that I was an Elda as soon as I stepped foot into it. But I'm also wearing the exact same outfit, so it's like, bruh.
Ah, can't be. Without his escorts? Besides, what business would a king have in this place?
What business would a king have in this place? Idle's Day sales, of course.
Suppose you're right.
I mean, we know the NPCs in this game are, like, dumb as rocks, so... Ooh, nice outfit.
Upon mountains of appeals from the people.
Like the hat.
How many days will this take to sort?
White looks good on her.
After all,
his little hat.
To flee politics. And somehow you're now the preeminent ladyship of your house. Such is fate.
Look at Haisme's little hat.
Despite everything, this year has passed in surprising peace, hasn't it? Honestly, with the royal scepter disappearing like that, I feared more dissent.
Perhaps after Luis, they swore they could never let that happen again. Either way, more and more are dealing with conflicts calmly and openly. Promising.
It promises that I'll have an eternally cluttered desk.
Here, Your Majesty. I've brought in the next load.
Oh, she didn't change her outfit. Wait, you can levitate things with your magic this whole time? You said you couldn't even flip pages in a book before.
Not half bad, right? Hey! Isn't the king supposed to be here?
When did he? I've said countless times not to leave unannounced.
Oh, all this decoration doesn't suit me. How'd Luis and Forden put up with all this damn finery? Your Majesty?
Wait, your outfits are actually completely different.
Juna's back from her inspection.
Apologies, Troll. I'll look for him.
Everyone else just got like recolors.
I'm coming with you. Oh, good grief.
I like these outfits.
Some things never change. Not that they should.
You should give us these on a New Game Plus.
Yet somehow our captain's same as he ever was.
Yeah, her hat covers her 5 head. Hey Lork. Hey Gab, welcome to the stream.
And then, well, I might have got a bit too fresh with them stuck-up Sanctists, but those bloody church folk been looking down on us for years, you know? Still, it was other Sanctists what stepped in to keep things peaceable too. I reckon they're not all bad. Guess me cogs turning. They lost both their Santifex and the Saint Lady last year. Got their own struggles, I expect.
This king's weird. No matter how much I talk to him, he never says anything back to me. As authority weakens, power falls to the hands of those who have never wielded it. We must ensure it does not corrupt and give rise to new conflict.
Not like it excuses all of them, or makes me want to go up and shake a sanctor's hand, but you really put some perspective on it.
It was good talking to you, too.
You know what, lad? You're all right. You ever need some good, honest work? I'll get you squared, eh?
Yeah, so he doesn't recognize him. I guess he's drunk, though. I'm glad to see more optimism in the world. Still, it'll take more than that to affect true change. Oh, do you know what I should have done? My character should have dyed his hair blue when he decided to walk amongst the people and go incognito. Please, please, I need the blue hair back.
I should have known you'd be wandering around without your escorts again. How is it, being able to hear the city's honest thoughts? If you told them you're the king, it'd knock them sideways. Sorry you ended up coming all this way. Maria's actually out on an errand right now.
Yeah, honestly, if he had like the headband still, I think the white hair would look just a little bit less bad. But the fact that it's just like, just pure white and no accessories now, it looks horrible.
I see. That's too bad.
Are you that disappointed? She's a lucky one for such company. Either way, let's keep your head down. You know what happens when you're too obvious about this. Sooner or later, the Lady Captain of the Royal Guard...
Oh, there you are! I knew we'd find you here, for crying out loud!
Phew. So you were here.
Oh, so this outfit of hers does get a model. Like, it's not just... I thought it was just for the anime cutscene. Like, she actually has a model of this. Yeah, Gallica deserves a new outfit, too. She always looks like she's ready to go, like, swimming.
Speak of the devil.
Let us return, Your Majesty. And I thought I had informed you that Juno would be back from her expedition today.
Or Gallica looks like she's, like, about to go have, like, a slumber party.
I have a few stops left in the city, though.
You do know I practically sprinted out the gates to find you. 'Tis settled. I shall come with you on every excursion.
Not dressed like that, you won't. You know how we like snooping around, inconspicuously.
No, Fabian, don't make her change back into her normal outfit. Yeah, Gallica has, like, Misty's color scheme from Pokemon, you're right.
Point taken.
No, Hulkenberg, don't listen to her.
He'll be fine. His Majesty is not about to fall prey to some alleyway scandal, surely.
Actually, I've seen artwork of Proto Hulkenberg back when they were showing off, like, stuff from this game before it was formally, like, announced. And Proto Hulkenberg looks really good. Although Proto Hulkenberg, her outfit is similar to what they use for young Hulkenberg in the flashback when she's protecting the prince from the assassins. So they didn't completely get rid of it, but it's, like, way better than her regular outfit. I wish they kept it as her actual outfit.
Right, Your Majesty. If you see Maria about, do slow down for a chat. She'll be shattered if she finds out she just missed you.
Fine. Now, Your Majesty, once your business here is finished, please make sure you return to the palace with all swiftness.
All right.
Oh, I actually get to go around and... Ooh, I get to talk to all my social links, I'm guessing, right? Maria, where are you? This reminds me of the first time Maria went missing. It seems so long ago now. She might be praying in the Grand Cathedral, just like back then. Before heading for the Grand Cathedral, why not go talk to everyone else first? They're all in the royal capital to prepare for the new year, so let's find them. Oh, 99 hours. Oops, I didn't mean to get on my skateboard. I should go talk to everyone in order. Is Moore still around? Oh, thank God, he's gone. And then Maria will be the last one. Hey, Fate, welcome to the stream. Oh, do you actually get to wear your outfit too? He's truly something. Yeah, I would love it if these outfits, like, you could use them on New Game Plus. I feel like that's not the case, though. And this looks way better! Although your gigantic shoulders look still... He looks like he's trying to be Golbez. It does have less identity, though, because it's not orange. I think they should have kept his orange coat underneath it.
Hey.
I'm just surprised they bottled it. I thought it would just be the anime cutscene. Ah, skulking about the city again, are we? Which is to say Hulkenberg is on the hunt. The classic game of cat and mouse, though who is which I dare not say. It's been a year since you ascended the throne, but it's like you've hardly changed. You haven't changed much either, Stroll. Ahem, that's Lord or General Stroll, Your Majesty. Huh, I never got used to such titles. I really should take a page from Juno's book. She has a gift for delegating, like she was born to do so. Not that I could talk, I actually came out for a bit of breather myself. You know, I see that now even those at the top have their struggles a little too clearly. A general's duties feel overwhelming at times. But there are lives hanging in the balance. I recognize the weight of every decision I make, and I do find satisfaction in protecting those lives. Hey. Remember our first meeting back at the recruitment center? I, a fallen noble with nothing to my name, and you, a struggling Elda traveler. Back then, my only goal was getting ahead. My people were little more than an afterthought. If I hadn't met you, I had never realized the truth about my fortune, my father's intentions, and I certainly couldn't have saved the Hollians.
Thank you.
I owe seeing the joy in their faces to you. I think I've said it before again, but thank you.
That's...
You need to give yourself some credit, Stroll.
No.
I would still owe any credit I could take to you for showing me the way. They live stable, peaceful lives thanks to you. You have a whole country on your shoulders now. The road ahead will be full of challenges we can't possibly foresee. Just show me the way and I'll blaze the trail. Now and always, it's my role as a warrior to be the vanguard. No. Hulkenberg's a tank. You're not a tank, you're a DPS. Don't kid yourself, man.
That's why.
Our titles may have changed, but I like to think our friendship is steadfast as ever. Don't hesitate to rely on me now and always.
What do you want to do?
There's still other people you could talk to, but did you want to go see Maria now?
Say that.
So these aren't even like cutscenes, it's just you talk to them. Okay, that's fine.
Alright.
Can I go shopping? No, none of the shops are open. Oh, hey, Katharina. Not now, though.
What now? Ah, goodness.
How utterly unsurprising. I like how she's hanging out like right next to this dude.
Come now.
When you finish your business outside the palace, please promise me you'll return to resume your duties, Your Majesty. If you take this as my pressuring you not to venture out, that's not it at all. Only that, as Captain of the Royal Guard, I must know your whereabouts at all times. You needn't be so serious, Hulkenberg. Lighten up, maybe. You mean to say I'm too fussy? Well, it's only proper for the Captain of the Royal Guard. To be overfamiliar would set a poor example. Imagine the scandalized faces of the rank-and-file guard.
Of course.
That said, not a day goes by I don't reflect on our travels now, only a year past. I owe regaining my pride as a knight to that journey. I was but a wanderer searching in vain for the prince, and it was through you I learned he yet lived, and in the end it was your ascent to the throne I supported.
And so...
I never tire of the faces the younger guards make when I tell them of the time you acted as witness to my duel. That sure brings back memories. Not only of my duel with Rodanth, but of the journey we undertook. You were the reason I could endure the fight to the end. I'm pleased to say the knights of today are nothing like what they were under Rodanth's command. Soldiers take up the sword not for those in power, but for the people. And as a champion of the people yourself, we will do all in our power to protect you, our king.
Well...
You do not make it easy by sneaking out of the palace as you do, though. Though I suspect the soldiers are getting used to your chaotic tendencies. Law or chaos? Chaos route. They know they protect not just a king, but a ruler who stands beside his people and hears their voices in clarion truth. I will protect you with my life, as I always have endeavored to do, Your Majesty. Only let me stay by your side to do so. Kinda wish that these were voice acted in actual cutscenes, but I guess maybe that's just asking too much. Okay, next person.
What now?
Nice, man, my bud. Oh, look at his little hat. Everything is different now. I love his little hat. Oh, you two are together. See, this outfit is just him with a white jacket instead of a black jacket. Well, I guess a couple things changed. He's wearing a turtleneck now.
Oh.
Well, I see our king is out on some personal business, eh? I believe Hulkenberg was searching for you, but I suppose it's none of my business who comes or goes. I'm on break, myself.
Just...
Only try not to frustrate your royal guards overmuch, They all take their duties quite seriously, much like their captain. But who am I kidding? A knight who smiles is surely a myth. That's become clear to me since becoming entitled. What could be more bizarre? A Ujif outcast, once wanted criminal with a bounty on his head, made knight commander. There was of course some opposition at first, but the more heart-to-heart talks I had, the more accepting they become, albeit gradually.
Right.
The world has only begun to change.
True.
Indeed, grand titles and posts across the nation are held by all manner of tribes now, each contributing with their respective strengths. I've realized over the past year just how much a nation is defined by its people. No matter how great a king, he alone does not a country make.
However,
Yet he stands for those very people as symbol and representative. That the king and those around him are of mixed tribes has already caused a great shift in sentiment, even for those in the rural villages. You speak of your hometown.
yes.
Yes, indeed. They had shut themselves away, and now they actively engage with other villages. Your coronation inspired that village to greater heights. It proved that barriers can be broken, and that even they could take the first step. New winds are blowing in every corner of this country. I'll have to make another trip back home with my son to see the changes for myself soon enough. And someday I hope distant generations will grow up only knowing conflict born of tribal differences from history books.
We shall.
We have a ways to go before that day comes, but until it does, let us forge the path toward it, Your Majesty. Okay, Basilio, this is gonna be awkward that I came here to talk to Haizme, but I'm gonna leave and talk to Juna and Yupa and then come back for you. Don't hold it against me.
King.
Look at her hat! I'm sure he hasn't changed a bit. This is way better than that ugly dress she wore before. She looks so good. Although, that giant arm guard of hers is so funny, because in the anime cutscene when they crowned me king, you can see her lifting her arm, and like that arm guard like covers all the way up to her forearm when her arm is fully stretched out. It's so silly looking.
My king.
Wait, there's a cat sitting next to her. Oh, there you are, Will. Heard you were in town, so I decided to see if we might cross paths. I have so much to tell you about my inspection, so I'm afraid you need to clear your diary for me soon. What inspection?
Hold on.
Really? Do you need to go back to bed? You were the one who sent me to the Mage Academy, were you not? Oh yeah, I guess I totally did that,
Well?
The Mage Academy's reconstruction is going swimmingly. Repairs are in full swing, and we're already processing admissions. I must say, I'm still surprised you appointed me of all people to be the Academy's headmistress. I was rather looking forward to going back on tour as a songstress. Oh, and shall I introduce you to my furry little friend? I scooped him up in the Academy of all places. Don't tell me you named him Moore. During the reconstruction, they stumbled over the little guy in some kind of observatory supposedly used by a king long ago. Considering the igniter around his neck, I'm sure he was being taken care of. I mean, there's no way a cat could survive alone in that cold, could he?
So...
Regardless, our mysterious kitty is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Academy. All that knowledge was lost when it fell, so we're starting from scratch. It may even be hiding secrets as big as the Dragon Temple or the Sanctum. Oh, and I'm keeping the cat. Feels like fate, you know? Yeah, you can keep the cat. I'm glad the cat's okay, but you can keep the cat.
Speaking of which...
As speaking of fate, on my way back I met up with Myrtis. Who's that again?
Now we're talking.
She's been keeping well, I hope? I love how you can just be as clueless as you can if you wanted.
Yeah.
More than well, her throat has been fine, and she's a fairly prominent singer about town now. We both just keep soaring to new heights. Her in music, and me coming face to face with magic again.
Hey!
Surely you remember, music was the first magic born in this world, yes? When the heart expresses itself through music, it moves the hearts of others. And when they make hearts swell, why, there's no end to the magic. So just you watch. With music and magic at my side, I'm gonna change the world. All will have equal opportunity to hone their talents at the Mage Academy. Our doors are open to all. That's what my sister would have wanted. And if it makes the world a better place, why, isn't that just grand?
Magic.
Rella taught me that magic is more than a tool. It's in all of us, deep in our hearts. I like how during the final cutscene, well, the final cutscene with Moore, I suddenly like flashback to when Gallica played music magic for me at the beginning of the game and then just didn't address it. It was like, oh yeah, Gallica played music for me that one time, and then we just kind of kept going. Like, well, it was supposed to be a plot device, but it wasn't really well utilized, I think. Wait a second, isn't that the cat from Academia? If that place was made of magic, how is it here in real life? To say nothing of how he could have survived in a deserted ruin buried in the snow. That shouldn't be possible, right? I just think he's cute. It's a mystery after mystery around here. If memory serves, the last king did build himself a study in the Mage Academy. Do you think Academia was styled after that, maybe? I wonder what His Majesty, what Moore felt when he put his little guy in Academia. The cat tends to himself quietly, utterly impartial to us.
Dear me! Alright then. What now?
I do believe.
There's so much I want to say to you. It looks like she also just got a palette swap, like Basilio. Actually, I like the lace. I like the lace on this. Oh, there's Godot and Denny. I was gonna go to the church anyways, so.
Greetings.
Working hard as ever, Will. Were you going about town and listening to what the people have to say? Myself, I've just come from the Crown Court, where I've been consulting with the people about their grievances and disputes as Chief Magistrate. Our court has time for that, question mark?
Well...
Our court is taking on common grievances? I mean, I would assume that would be your doing, Will, but, you know.
Yes, of course.
In the past, we were busy with cases of violence and theft, but those have decreased remarkably. And you're undoubtedly aware, in the past many citizens were sentenced to hang without so much as a trial.
Yes.
I'm pleased to report things are different now. Anyone, regardless of race or status, can tell their side of the story in the court, and be judged equally and fairly. It just goes to show anything is possible, even for a priestess to become Chief Magistrate. And my brother's making great strides as village chief. He really hated the role before, but he's truly found his calling, I think.
The reason is...
As I said, no one knows what the future holds. It's all the more reason I try to guide people to good choices. I want to live in a society that practices kindness, where those who suffer need not turn to crime, and so I practice what I preach.
You mention it.
The other day I went to visit Ovi's church to inquire with those who are sick there about how the kingdom can be more accessible. The people of the church were okay with you being there?
Very well.
Yes, I had productive conversations with Ovi and the rest. Many who were sick have gotten better and want to ease into working again. Hearing them made me reflect on all the people who still need our help. Until now, the only hope those people had was God.
I do believe...
I want to fight for them to have options under laws and systems that they can rely on in addition to higher power. A country where all the tribes with all their values can join hands in harmony. That's what we need. You aim to achieve that too, yes, Your Majesty? I hope you'll allow me to keep walking alongside you in this.
Hey.
Hello there, Your Majesty. It's great to see you're doing well as ever. I've just left a meeting with the provincial lords. I also preach the Mistari teachings in various areas when the opportunity arises. Many still push back against such teachings, but that's perfectly fine. Our country is well served by different perspectives. Many of the villagers have come around to this too, you know. I think that's because you all face such danger on our behalf. Still, it won't be easy to change the entirety of Uchronia. Its history is embedded deep in its roots. The country is larger, and some people will need all the power you have. A true test of your values has only just begun. A Denny Pyramid Head skin? Actually, that'd be fire.
All right.
Are you surveying the city incognito, Your Majesty? Your escorts will be aghast. Not that I think anyone's truly capable of harming you. As you are aware, faith in the Sanctus Church plummeted after our misdeeds were exposed. I admit, we were arrogant and unjust, wicked in custom. People have found salvation through the church as well. I intend to restore the Sanctus Church to its true purpose, to offer salvation to those in need. As Sanctiarch, and as someone who was saved by the Sanctus faith myself, that is all I could do to return the favor.
Keep your child.
All right then. What now?
Okay, Basilio, I'm back for you. I think things are turning out alright. Hey guys, I'm back.
Yo.
Hey, out inspecting again. Seems like a right pain to me, but I appreciate you going through all the effort. Making your rounds, Basilio?
Hey.
Yeah, Captain of the Tradian Brigade, reporting in. And I'm pleased to report there's nothing to report, Your Majesty, so I'm taking a break. Bit of a mouthful, innit? Still not used to calling myself a captain, besides. We've been taking in some survivors from Luis's troops, you know. But don't you worry, I got 2 eyes on them even when I ain't looking. The way I see it, they weren't the only ones trying to make the world worse. I gotta show them how power is supposed to be used, yeah? We owe it to you that there's less discrimination in the city these days. Fewer and fewer are turning to a life of crime to make ends meet. If Del could see Grand Trad today, his eyes would bug out. And not just Del, a lot of the guys who didn't make it.
That's...
A ticket you mean Vinka.
Yeah.
Remember him? Those damn experiments trapped him in a vengeance he couldn't see past. And I feel like even he might smile seeing what I'm up to now. We built this piece with a lot of blood and tears. So I say those of us who made it this far owe it all to them what didn't... owe it to all of them what didn't to protect it. Maybe I got nothing to report today, but it's not like bad people to stop being bad because you're king now. You've been through a lot though, so thanks for not giving up on us, or the world for that matter. You spot any trouble I didn't spot first, you just point me at it. I'll solve it quick like.
What now?
Is Stroll Basilio's boss then? I don't really know how their hierarchy works. Nerus, my buddy.
But
I appreciate how good the environment is, but... Well, the Gauntlet Runner is still there, okay. Oh, it brings His Royal Majesty here. Come to feel the wind on your face too, have you? I know how it is. I have the fancy old title of Chief Engineer of the Kingdom Infrastructure Development Bureau and can research as I please now, but something's missing. So I threw up that stuffy old uniform, came to gaze upon the runner in the way I do.
About that.
I feel like I know what you mean when you say something's missing. I knew you would agree. I think my bones are aching to feel the wind. I'd rather miss the days of dashing hither and thither than runner. Not that I'm ungrateful for the gracious title you've given to a man who used to skulk about, modifying gauntlet runners. You haven't seen anything yet. Why, one day I'll invent a teleportation device that will deliver fresh fish straight from Oceania to your palatial plates. It would change the world, wouldn't you say? I'm just a bit, stuck at the beginning on the development. And it's times like this I need stimulation of the mind. You have anything that might do the trick? Are you gonna send me on another relic hunt? Don't pretend you didn't enjoy it. Every time you pop back in with one, I remember how I could hardly contain my excitement. I do so miss traveling like that. Even if the relics themselves were better off left untouched, they've become the guiding principles of my research, you know. Convenience is important, but one must consider safety and the effects it might have on the world. An engineer who dumps a burden on future generations is no engineer at all. Still, it's no small feat to design with a perfect balance of safe and revolutionary. Even I struggle with it, and I'm a bally genius. Ah, I knew it. What I need is stimulation, Your Majesty. You know, like the soul-shaking speed and quiver of a drive engine. You'll let me know if you ever want to go out for a spin, won't you? Our dear old girl's sparkling clean and always ready for takeoff. Can I still use the toilet? That's a good question. Oh, can I? For old time's sake.
All right.
Oh my god.
Right.
1 year later, and it's still the true throne. You caught me off guard with that one. Oh. Actually, it's funny. My friend is playing Metaphor right now, and she got to the part of the game when you start going to the Virga Islands, and then she sends me this screenshot completely out of context, and it's the protagonist standing in front of the toilet, and it says, "I don't want to die sitting on the toilet right now." Or I don't feel like dying sitting on the toilet or something like that. And I was like, how'd you get this? And apparently it's like when the giant sea squid attacks, if you try to go to the toilet before going up to the deck, because usually when someone attacks your gauntlet runner, you're immediately thrown into battle. But for that part, it gives you like a chance to recalibrate your party. So she tried to go to the washroom right before the fight and it didn't let her. And I think that's hilarious. Oh, I can't take a shower though. I can use the throne, but I can't take a shower. There's nothing left in me. Oh boy. Warehouse is neat and tidy. I didn't find anything. What? I didn't find random mushrooms growing on the floor of my gauntlet runner that I want to eat now? Lame?
What now?
You alright, mate?
What if that guy, I guess he's king now, is doing alright? Oh well, if it isn't the big man himself. Good timing, mate. I just got back into town myself. Long time no see, Katharina. Ain't it been? I've been traveling since I took the reins on the Seekers Recon team. Hard to believe it's been half a year. And crazy doesn't begin to describe what's beyond the sea. The sights, the magic, everything's so fantastic. I'm right itching to get back out there. Well, I'm not especially keen on dodging the bloody cannonballs if my ship gets too close. Lots of tension out there, but what country isn't a little tense? Everything from the customs to the way they think is so different, my head spins. Makes all the tribal bickering seem right dull if I can speak my mind. But this country's changing for the better. I'm glad I turned over the throne to you.
Oh, hold on.
You turned it over to me, did you? Yeah, I knew you'd do right by the parapet, so I bowed out early to give you a fighting chance. Just kidding. All my cohort have found jobs, and some of them have even picked up new skills from being out at sea for so long. But don't you worry your kingly head. I'll have it all whipped up in and report for you. Do something proper kingish with it, yeah? Wait, that's all she had to say? That felt like really short. Also, is Batlin here? No, he's not.
Wonderful.
Say...
Batlin? Oh, hi! Lady Gruade. Ah, it's been quite some time, hasn't it, Will? You've matured a great deal in the short years since I last saw you. Rumors of your rule have reached even the Sanctum. Some are kinder than others. Taking the reins of a runaway country and must have had its share of difficulties. Your face tells me as much. The frail child who could do little more than lie on the brink of death has come so far. Goodness, tears come so easily with old age. I'm grateful for you. My character doesn't even say the line to her. I did nothing. You're the one who achieved everything. What? I'm surprised to see you in Grand Trad, Lady Gurude. It's a curious thing. I received a rather forceful invitation, you see, from one of your friends, the girl named Juna. Goodness knows how many times she saw her come to visit the sanctum, seeking instructions on magic. Some of the villagers are rather smitten with her. She declared that if I wouldn't feel welcome coming to Grand Trad, she would have a highway built directly between the capital and the sanctum. Oh, Juna, and she probably would. So there you have it. Now then, Will, or rather, King Will, the 1,000-year seclusion of the Elder tribe may soon come to an end under your guidance. And yet the journey ahead of you will be hard. The dreams you hope to achieve will feel just out of reach. Do stop by and show your face around our forest sometime. Your mother cannot do so herself, but I can whip up some of her favorite dishes in her spirit. Well, thank you.
Wonderful, isn't it?
She said more than Katharina. Is anyone else just hanging around? Like, again, there aren't actually that many NPCs in the game. Unless they bring out, like, the other king candidates like Loveless and Lena. Because all the major NPCs in the game pretty much died. Except for, like, Batlin. And Fabienne. And, of course, the social links. I keep thinking the road ends at that road up ahead and not here. Okay, I keep running too far. Oh, I miss him. Russell, right? He's so small. Russell, you're here. Oh, Galaga, and your highness as well. Ah, but that's no longer your title, is it? Excuse my impertinence, your majesty. Still, knowing the New Year's celebrations were just around the corner, I couldn't resist returning to the capital to see how the kingdom was faring. I see smiles everywhere I go. The city feels alive again, and it seems as though its citizens are free to choose their own paths. I must say I never imagined I'd return here without all the cloak and shadow. I owe a great deal of the work to Lady Juna. To think I'd be able to see Grand Trad with his highness sitting openly upon the throne. Alsus, are you seeing this as well? You got a long way to go, but I know Grius will be watching. I should tell you, a sizable number of the villagers in the sanctum have gained an interest in the outside world. I've been acting as sort of their bridge. It seems this doddering old fool has found a new rule, to find the middle ground for both those who wish to preserve tradition and those who seek innovation.
Yep.
I couldn't think of a better man for the job, Russell. I'm sure he'll be a great help to the village. I've fought so long to save this country, but seeing all these smiling faces now, I think perhaps I'm the one being saved. This is a country that protects its people, and the people shape the country in turn. Surely that's the world His late Majesty wished to see. Not to simply chase the idea of a utopia, but to shape it with your own hands. You have a long way to go, but I trust you'll continue to make this country stronger, Your Majesty.
Wonderful, isn't it?
You'd love it if you could find Zorba's crumbled up body somehow, just like lying on the ground. Like no one ever cleaned up his corpse. That'd be so funny.
Lovely.
Okay, there's Barden. Are you the next one? Oh wait, hi. Hi. Your Majesty, it's been a year since we've ascended to the throne. 1 year since I lost my bid for it. Thinking back, I have no regrets. I've not been able to defeat Luis in the end as you did.
Yeah.
That's candid of you. I don't know what I expected really, but I believe in your power, Your Majesty. Though I'll not acquiesce on all fronts, you know. You needn't look further than your 6 partisans, your merry little band. I can appreciate your faith in your inner circle, but to award them all your key posts, why, one might suspect you of collusion. A country requires views from all walks of life. Or put another way, why not appoint me your prime minister? With my guidance, Eucrodia will become a land of true beauty. Just when you think he's about to make a decent point, he plays his own angle. Don't let your guard down around that guy. Of all the people, this dude... Wait, are these like Luis's officers that I beat up? It is! Well, if it isn't His Majesty, the captain of the Royal Guard was looking for you. As a former guard captain of the Charidrius, perhaps I should report your whereabouts. Why are you here? Oh, I suppose I should reintroduce myself. I'm Salva, in service of the kingdom as captain of the state army. I parted ways with Luis shortly before his runner made for the Skyborn Royal Palace. When I saw the horror that Zorba had become, I knew the world he wanted was no world of mine. I thought I had found my place within Luis's private forces after being disgusted by the shameless corruption of the royal army, but his true intentions were worse than I could imagine. It was the general who pulled me back in. He said my experience leading a force of mixed tribes would be valuable. I've only taken the job in hopes of atoning, so it's a strange twist, to serve with pride in the state army I once so detested. Still, I wonder why he bothered with us. Oh, then I gotta go talk to the other guy. I saw the horned guy over here. I just kind of like wrote him off. Is there anyone else? Wait, there's the horned guy. Those are just random dudes. Oh, you're the bastard who... Well, it's been a while anyway. Bastard, was it? Who are you again? Oh, I apologize for my impertinence, Your Grace. I was once known as Sergeant Xanth, though I suppose that title carries little weight nowadays. After losing to you, my own men turned on me and threw me into the Oceana Sea. Awful as it all was, looking back, those events saved my life. I've heard that all those who went with Luis to the royal palace in the sky never returned. A world where power is everything. I suppose that would be hell, after all. Never thought you would ever inspire me to realize anything, yet here we are. Now I'm spending my days doing charity work as a member of the brigade under Chief Magnus. But I'll never give up on making my way up in the world on my own merits. Matter of fact, I was invited to participate in the Coliseum's games in Brylehaven. While working with the brigade, I helped a nobleman who has put in a recommendation for me. It's a brave new world, isn't it? Give me a year, I'll make sure people know the name Xanth as a fighter that electrifies the audience. How grand. How grand. I don't want to talk to every person, I just want to talk to people that I think might be notable.
Grand, innit? Ah, wonderful.
Say...
Very good indeed.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Okay, no one else is important for my time.
What now?
Oh, it's Alonso. He's the one who saved me most. Alonso is just like a ticking time bomb waiting to happen, like a ticking controversial event about to come up. Like, he's supposed to be dead, right? He's just walking among the people. He hasn't disguised himself or anything. If one person sees that he's alive and it's like, wait, that's that Alonso guy, and suddenly they're gonna blame it on me and say that I lied, and then it's gonna become a scandal. It's just waiting to happen.
Pleasure to see you.
Why, hello, Your Majesty. It's only been a year since your coronation, but I see you've become quite apt at sneaking away from your palatial duties. Under constant fire from knaves of all trades, con artists and critics alike, your opening act has been rather tumultuous, no? Oh, you're right. What do I mean? That's Cuculus, not Alonso. What am I talking about? Oh, has it? I hadn't noticed. How kingly an answer, never missing an opportunity to display how capable you are. Commendable. Besides, most of the agitators are the kind of scum that stirs the pot in hopes they might benefit from the country's turmoil. Nothing I couldn't handle, of course. All in a day's work for the royal adjutant to the Citizens' Council. Quite an ally I've made, I should hope. Again, like, if you're holding an actual position of power, that means you're also doing it publicly. Like, he's not, like, working in the shadows, like the shadow garb, where they don't show their faces. If he's, like, actually, like, a part of the government in some way, then that means he has to show his face.
Hey.
I wonder if my mother would be the slightest bit proud to see who I've become. That I've been doing my damnedest to use my talents for good, as I always have. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yes.
I hope so. I was such a problem child. I'd like to make this a country where honest folk like my mother can be happy.
Now that you mention it.
Ah, that reminds me. Do you remember Datarum, my hometown's landowner? He told me to send you his regards. He's since confessed his crimes and is awaiting trial. You were the one who awakened his conscience. It makes sense, doesn't it? You've proven your ideals to be true. That's why the country's doing so well. There's nothing more to it.
Thank you.
I'm hardly qualified to speak of pride, but if this country is one, it's you. And I'm proud to be among its people. Wait, so... Datarum's awaiting trial for his crimes, but shouldn't Alonso be awaiting trial for his crimes too? You're not completely innocent either, my dude. Why do you get off scot-free? I mean, you did fake your own death, but you know... I'm just saying, this guy's kind of a hypocrite. Perhaps under your rule, the day will come that even we, Nydia, can walk freely about in our true forms. Oh, that's right, I forgot he's Nydia. That means he has a chibi baby form. And Jin does too, but more importantly, Alonso does. Ah, you're curious what I look like in my true form. I'd be happy to oblige, but let's save that for another time, shall we? Chibi Alonso.
Alright then.
Okay, let's see if there's anyone skulking about here. Yeah, the DLC, Chibi Alonso. If we're not using these gallows anymore, why are they just here? I feel like it's kind of dangerous to just leave them out like this. Yeah, there's a guard, but...
Well, I sure don't want to go back to the old kingdom.
Oh, there's Julian. Julian was probably the least notable of all the candidates. Right? The whole like thing with the Nydia and Juna's like true form is like, it was completely unnecessary. And again, I really wished that they went the full mile with it. Like her true form was like something ugly, so that like we could understand how they like hide themselves to look proper for society. But instead, it's just like, oh, they turn into cute little chibi children. Like they should have made her ugly.
Oh, very nice.
Juna's just Shrek. You know what? You're right. You are absolutely correct. Juna's just Shrek.
Oh, very nice. Well, well.
Oh, your majesty, running around Sunshade Row at this time of year, you must have some particular tastes. Perhaps you've heard there's unrest across the land as the oppressed are rising up in revolt against their oppressors. Or perhaps that news hasn't reached your walled garden here in the Grand Trad. History books may not be so kind to this era. You mean me, right? Goodness, you truly are dense. Don't you realize how your dangerous ideology has become the spark of new threats? The dim-witted of the world only fan the flames with their anxiety. Be it people or monsters to be dissatisfied in our nature. Well, nice to see you too, Julian. You're lucky you're the only, like, one of the only candidates I didn't beat up with my bare fists.
You're kidding.
I did defeat him in a war of words. Oi, oi, been a while, no? You must remember me. I'm Sergeant Gletcham the Great. You seem well. Of course I am. It's the end of the year and all, so why wouldn't I be? And Grad Trad's got a fine selection of ales too. It'd be a shame not to make the most of it. But you know, I've been trying to cut back actually. When we lost Fidelio, God rest his soul, drink was the only thing that kept me from going mad. Certainly couldn't follow Luis after that, so leaving the Tertius was sound. But it's still hard for a parapist to find decent work. Drinking my life away seemed the way to go. Wait, you're a parapist? I guess I can't tell because of your helmet. You just look a little bit beefier than a regular one. Why is he wearing a colander on his head? He looks like he's wearing the top of a trash can. Like, you know, like Oscar the Grouch came out of a trash can and he still had the trash can on his head. I assumed all of us from Luis' side who survived would have been sent straight to the gallows, but letting us join the brigade, well, real generous of you. Not sure I would have fit in anywhere else, speaking plain. Plus, with old Basilio in charge, we're feeling right at home. I'm back to drinking for the fun of it, and I owe it all to you, Your Majesty. You're all right. I wasn't expecting to be able to talk to the people we beat up on the Tertius. Because again, they were so minor, but I guess they are characters.
What now?
I don't know that we'll meet again. Want a bet, Barden?
Lovely, that.
That's something.
What an unexpected coincidence, Your Majesty. No guards with you today? Ah, don't worry. I'm no tattletale. I myself just left a meeting going on. I just left a meeting going over how the provincial governments are doing. We convened for the new year. How are things in Martira? Oh, it's as lively as it used to be, and we owe it all to you, Your Majesty. The dodgy mess you cleaned up for us feels like ancient history now. And I'm pleased to report, as head of the provincial lords, there's nothing but good news reaching my ears. Better relations between towns as employment up, and overall welfare too. Each town has specialties and wisdom to offer, and when we combine our heads, there's no problem we can't solve. I just feel so blessed to be part of it. I know I made some blunders when I first stepped into the governor's role, but I'm happy to share my failings so others don't repeat my mistakes. That really brings me back. I know I was trying to do too much on my own back then, and I got a bit overzealous. Of course, some lords like I once was and would rather manage things at their sole discretion than leave things to the people. And yes, taking every matter to public opinion can be laborious, what with all the proceedings and disputes. Still, changing your own lives with our own hands makes the process worth the trouble. And choosing a king of our own will was all the inspiration we needed for change. Can I answer this? Ooh, I can. I don't have any bounties for you, your majesty. We've been at peace for a while thanks to you. We're dealing with things one step at a time. Oh, I thought he might have some special dialogue because he was like actually supportive of me. Where's the mustache man? He's disappeared too. I want to make him eat his words when he said that I would never become king, and here I am.
What now?
Things have changed completely. Hey Brigitte, how's your toy company going? The king himself out browsing the shops? Huh, perhaps I need to draft up a royal certificate of appointment. Tell the world we supply goods to the royal family. You're embarrassing me. Yeah, where's the tooth? I need to talk to the tooth man. Although come to think of it, the idea that he's actually like a human being who's been twisted into that form is kind of horrifying if you think about it. But he's so cute! I need tooth truths. That's a little embarrassing. Why stop there? You can give me a signed handprint to display on the walls. Huh. No, just my little joke. We're doing quite well even without royal endorsement. The igniter I made at the children's request, the one that lights up with rainbow colors, is selling startlingly well. The store is packed with families and children. I now hold a position where I control the distribution of all manner of goods throughout the kingdom, as head of the Igniter Consortium. Oh, we got rid of the guy with the fake glasses. Can I even call them glasses? I can't help but think that if I had been put in this position sooner than the church's violence, the tragedy of that village could have been prevented.
But
there was nothing you could have done at the time, Brigitte. I know that. I only rose to this position once you became king and shed light on what lurked in the shadows of this country. Though you can't take full credit, as it were, I was nominated for my new position by my colleagues. Our new king has changed this country for the better. However, as former arms dealer, it would be naive to think all weapons could ever disappear from this world. It's all the more reason I hope that reasons for people to wield them continue to decline. To that end, I'll continue doing all I possibly can with all that I am, just as you do. Ah yes, do you remember my dog? I found the ones who took her. Naturally, I considered ending their lives. But there she was, sitting beside— The dog's alive! That's the best part of the news so far! Evidently, they could not bring themselves to harm such a sweet creature, so they decided to keep her instead. I had no choice but to spare their lives. I couldn't subject a gentle dog to the atrocities I committed in her name. You should come play with her sometime. I'm sure she remembers you. That dog still doesn't have a name. Hey, Loveless.
Hey.
What's the word, your majesty? Just one question, if I may. When are you gonna lower the booze prices in this country? Huh, I'm only codding ya. Haven't felt much like drinking till I black out so often anymore. After I entered the tournament, I really went through some stuff. I was acting a fool on the world stage, and to you too. Yeah. I'm grateful, you know. Can't speak for the rest of the country, but you've done right by us Parapus. We've got it better than we ever did. Some chuckleheads out there still try to take their aggression out on us, but they're just venting, probably. I'm sure you'll do something soon enough.
Ain't this a pickle?
Well, this is the guy I did not fight, right? Oh wait, no, this was the captain. The helmsman. Ah, traveling with Lady Juna sure was fun. Ugh! Your Majesty, what business do you have with a former helmsman like me? You were a helmsman? What about Juna now? I had the honor of attending to her during an expedition. Actually, I think she's on her way to the palace in order to meet with you. You didn't hear from Chief Magnus. Lady Juna was off inspecting the Mage Academy, and I was the flight's helmsman. It knocked me on my arse when Lady Juna left Luis's company, you know? I left right after she did. Anyway, it's still undecided about you being king and all, but I do appreciate you taking me in, so I'm gonna work to repay that favor. On that note, about time I get back to work. Oh, don't tell the chief I was shooting the breeze here, eh, your majesty?
Ain't this a pickle?
They let me in. Igniters used to be too expensive for the common folk, but now more and more of them are visiting the Igniter shop. Okay, let's do it. I'm up and down the street.
Wonderful.
Suppose you won't let me go in here? Here's the church Rella used to stay in. I hear Godot is here a lot serving the people. Oh, hey Batlin, that's where you are. Well, hello there, your majesty, as laid back as ever, I see. I myself have been crying like a baby, for I find my position as chairman of parliament quite an unfamiliar one. Still, I consider these open to all parliamentary meetings. Compiling all those opinions is indeed hard work, but work well worth doing. It won't be easy for those who are at the church's beck and call to change, but I think they've been starting to see what they turned a blind eye to, at least a bit, no? A person who speaks the real truth to the public without yielding to authority. That's what my father and I wish for. A true and proper town crier. This country's turned over a new leaf, but there are still many problems to work out. It seems the rural regions are still suffering from human havoc. All I'm saying is we're a long way from utopia, but still, the first step is as important as the last, and we're taking big ones. Oh, there's Jin. What if the tooth is Batlin's tooth? Batlin be like, I took in this pet tooth the other day. It's very strange, it keeps telling me all these tutorials about battle. Is that you, your majesty? What fortune to bump into you at the end of the year like this. Is there anything my humble personage may be able to do for you, your radiance? I'm at your service. Say but one glorious word, and I shall most happily...
Honestly.
Okay, laying it on a bit thick, aren't we? It's that forked tongue that got you in trouble last time. You hear me? One wrong move, I'm turning you over to Basilio. You've got to turn your life around. Of course. Oh, that's all he says. Okay.
Amazing.
This is the best.
Oh, I'm stuck. I can't run under the gauntlet runner.
Amazing.
Amazing. Oh, hi, Lena. Hey, boss. Oh, dang. I suppose I shouldn't be speaking to you so casually, huh? Then again, we were rivals, weren't we? And Caden Workshop's the official workshop of the Palace Engineers now. Not that it's here nor there. Besides, I'm glad you got the crown. Still lots of humans out there you have to deal with, and you'll need a gauntlet runner to get to them. Caden Workshop thanks you for your patronage. Oh, here's this guy.
Yes, hello.
To think that you of all people would end up becoming the king. I never expected it, but I will tell you one thing. Wax poetic about your ideals all you want, but when it comes to protecting your country, only power will suffice. The people don't all approve of a dreamer king. Who are you? Actually, I kind of want to do this. Who are you? What? You don't even remember my face? Bloody hell, this is why you... Gah, never mind, I'll spare you for today. I've watched silently for a year and I still don't accept you as my king. You're all ideals and no power, same as the king before you. Are you kidding me? Did you see how I killed Luis? I was so strong, man.
Ripping this is.
Dear me. Ain't this a pickle?
Wait, this is a... Wait, I thought this was the dude from Stroll's story. Actually, I don't think I can go into the shops, but I didn't actually try the door, so I'm gonna quickly try the door.
Well, I sure don't want to go back to the old
All very nice.
They won't even let me in.
Thank you, kindly.
All very nice.
Well, I sure don't want to go back to the old
That's the way.
Peace.
You're not serious.
Where'd that fairy go? There was a fairy here, remember? She said she'd check up on us again later.
Cheers.
Oh, if it isn't His Majesty in the flesh, visiting the honeybee again? You're quite the whimsical one, aren't you? I doubt you still need someone to covertly sniff around in order to supply you with information, but I must say, it was a pleasure doing business with you. I can understand why Alonso likes you so much. Every day's great at your Junas. I think the king of our country would sneak over to my tavern without so much as a single bodyguard with him. You never change, do you? But the city hasn't changed either. Sunshade Row isn't as safe as one might hope it would be under your rule. Still, why don't you pay Maria a visit before you head back to the palace? It'd definitely make her day. I think that's everyone in terms of candidates, right? Oh no, what about Goddard? And... not Rudolph, Roger. I mean, not that they were important at all, but if Julian is able to speak with us, then surely those ones would be around too, right?
Alright then.
Oh, I can go into this tavern, I forgot. I, like, never go in there because we only go there for cutscenes.
Yeah?
That's probably where they are. Oh wait, you won't even let me in.
The prince has become magnificent.
Wonderful.
Ain't this a pickle?
Is Goddard around? Or Roger? I'll do one last sweep, but I'm not gonna... I don't care if I miss them. But it's just... it'd be weird if they were the only ones missing. I didn't check over here. Oh, this is closed. Sneaking into the Grand Cathedral through the mausoleum to avoid prying eyes feels like such a long time ago. It's been non-stop crazy since then. Are they here? I haven't checked this part of the street. Oh, here's Goddard.
Right.
Well, if it isn't your majesty, it's been a year since you've ascended the throne, and a quick one at that. It feels like the strife with Luis was but a bad dream. Had you asked me then, I would have been wringing my hands about one so young leading the kingdom, but now I'm embarrassed to have thought it. You have a keen eye to recognize the danger Luis posed, and are braver still to have fought him. You have a kingly caliber I never truly possessed. Still, a single year's but a drop in the proverbial bucket. Stay vigilant, King. Oh, he actually turned out to be pretty nice. And chill. Wait, I don't want to go that way.
Lovely, that.
Wait, no, I haven't checked this side street. Oh, there you are.
Alright then.
Hello.
Ah, your majesty, it's an honor to meet with you at this most auspicious time of year. I know I was quite devoted to Luis at one point. His power was both overwhelming and alluring. Where do you stand now? I'm disgusted by my shallowness, if I'm honest. It's hardly an atonement, but I'll at least try to be straight with you from now on. Not to bring the mood, but I want to mention, I sense something familiar among your supporters. I recognize it because I was the same way. In their eyes, you're a hero who conquered the monstrous Luis. They entrusted you with authority because of your power and their desire to be at peace. Let us assume the people have expectations not of your ideology, but solely of your power. King or not, failing to see the difference may invite consequences. Please take it from someone who erred in his ways. The people of this country have not recovered from the unrest, and when they do... People are dangerous, your majesty. Thanks, Roger. Who are you again?
Stupendous.
That should be everyone. Because when we went on Luis's ship too, there was one dude we did not fight. Because we had the choice of one of two paths.
Grand, isn't it?
I think that's it.
Ah, wonderful.
We learned how brittle peace is, as well as the preciousness of a life lost. Peace we regain could be lost again. We must remain vigilant.
What now?
That is everyone, right? Yes. For Gallica and more.
Wonderful. Grand, isn't it?
So?
I think we've heard all we can from people. Should we head to where Maria is? Let's go see her.
Reminds me.
Being here sure brings back memories. Remember how we came here looking for Maria before the tournament for the throne? She was crying back then, though. Yeah, she was. I remember. This country's turned around since then, no doubt about it. I'm sure there'll always be differences of opinion, but your ideals are really coming to fruition now. I can feel it. That reminds me, what's up with the book you're carrying around now? Is that the one you've been working on yourself? I'm excited to see what kind of fantasy you can conjure up. Maybe put some metaphors into your work, huh? But maybe that's not even the word for it. After all, if you're the one putting it in ink, that means you're gonna make it a reality someday. Now then, Your Majesty, shall we get going?
Oh, hello there.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, right. I suppose now.
Well, you actually fully voice everything, sweet.
I should call you Your Majesty. You know, I was just telling Papa. Even through all that mess, everyone's really been working hard.
You think this country's gotten any better since then?
I wonder if you don't max out Maria's follower bond. Like, obviously, this is meant to be the last one you talk to still, but does it, like, change, or does it... I mean, I guess Gallica mentioned us finding her crying here. Oh no, but that happened before her social link started. I'm just kind of curious, but I'm not that curious.
Well, seems like everyone's having more fun than before. I'm sure Papa's happy too.
That's good. Hearing that from you really lifts my heart.
The joy to see kids like her smile. The future changes slowly, and the burden of its momentum will fall on their shoulders one day.
Don't worry. I'll try to do my part with what I've got. I want to help everyone understand that the world could be a better place if we can join hands with one another. Miss Fabian's fed so many hungry people since things changed. Some of those people even said they found their place there. I think I did too. If we can all change together for the better like that, we'll be closer to Your Majesty's and Papa's dream.
Place where I ought to be. A side of myself I ought to show. The path is never clear.
And I want to help with something too. I want everyone across the land to be able to smile.
Yeah, I'm counting on you. Let's do this together.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh. Thank you, Your Majesty.
We should be the ones thanking her. Feels like I can see the entire country's future in her smile.
Nira should have gotten a new outfit too.
Long time no see. How have you been?
Look at Highspace sitting on the arm of the other bench.
As we find ourselves afield, I thought I might visit Alsace myself.
Hold on a tick. Those people there. Surely not.
Naturally, we're drawing attention. We didn't all have to go at once.
Needn't fuss, old thing. It's been too long since we were all together again anyway.
Lady Tuna, did she really come all this way in a runner? Could have asked His Majesty to pop over and bring you back with a teleport or two.
The unmitigated nerve. Oh, it's fine. I wanted to take in our country as it is.
Her hat takes up so much of her new portrait.
It's definitely a little rougher outside the capital's walls. There's still traces of melancholia around, and the odd human roaming about.
We're sending soldiers out for every incident we can. But it's not easy to hear the voice of the people from more distant regions.
I guess it's obvious. But just because you're king now doesn't make you suddenly all-seeing.
A lesson I learned last year. In the end, I was blind to a great deal of this world. Never would have learned if I hadn't pushed out the door and seen it with my own eyes.
He's right, the capital can be a bit of a bubble. There will always be more to do and learn beyond its walls.
A year ago, I would have just said we could fly over ourselves. I mean, let's be real. The capital isn't gonna fall apart if we just sneak over for a little tour, is it?
Of course not. We specifically put precautions in place to keep things running.
Yet it has only been 1 year. We cannot be too complacent too soon, lest the dissidents seize on the opportunity.
Oh, there he is! Over there! See? I told you, that's His Majesty, innit?
Might have been a bit too obvious.
Oi there, Your Majesty!
You dare hoy the king? You swine!
You hoy!
Steady on, Hulkenberg, calm. You needn't draw steel on the poor fellow. We're the ones who indulged in this little day trip.
Your Majesty, thanks for all you do, really. Have to say, my life's a lot easier now.
There's more work to do every day, but we're in this together. We believe in you.
Everyone's so supportive. Kind of brings back memories from last year.
Rather. It's the sort of thing to get a chap all misty-eyed over the past. What a journey it was.
We really did just leg it up and down the country slaying dragons, eh? Can't believe we actually survived it.
They were dangerous times, but exciting ones too.
When we fought to appease the dragon god, I had no idea we would have to face another 4 dragons.
Oh, so I was about to say, like, we only would have faced dragons if we did that optional side quest, so now they're directly referencing it.
Nor I. Never thought the day would come when I'd be hailed as a dragon slayer. Huh. Life is full of surprises.
Right.
There is a boss for New Game Plus, and it's like some kind of dragon, but I'm not doing a New Game Plus, so I'm not gonna fight it. I resolve to believe in my ideals no matter what may come, even back then. Even if the world is slow to change, the king's beliefs can never waver.
It was a hard road, but we did have fun together, didn't we?
Looks like we're drawing a crowd. Time to get back to work.
Indeed. A veritable mountain of tasks awaits us, and I will see it crested.
This is how it ends off? Just us chatting in a hallway?
And not long after, the new year dawned.
Another year? Or it says a few days later, but the narrator said... Oh, because that was December 35th or whatever they had. So that was literally like New Year's Eve. A giant squid in the corner of the map.
A journey? Are you really planning on leaving us?
There's more I have to see. With my own eyes.
You want to know what's going on in the world, huh? Well, I guess you are the king.
Sounds like fun, but a daily jaunt down to the slums is one thing, and a proper journey is quite another.
Okay, this feels like a better send-off than just standing in the cathedral.
You're a king now, lad. You've got the people's expectations on your shoulders. It's all right to just sit on your throne and mind the home front, you know?
I want to do what I can for the people. If that's not kingly, then the crown's just slowing me down.
Come on, this is no time for jokes.
Never the fearless gadabout, eh? Well, I take your point, lad. Magler and the humans make a fine barometer for the anxiety still swirling in the country. So you go out and give it a proper survey, where it is and how much is there. If people can't face their anxieties, they can't keep their eyes forward. And if they can't do that, we'll have a bally hard time moving forward as a nation more a people. So you want to get a better grasp of it all. That's your most important duty as a ruler. That's what you're thinking, eh?
Right. Even the most faraway future begins with a belief that it can be realized. So I'll press onward. That's the best I can do.
If that was your plan, you could have just said so.
Sounds like a fine idea to me. A proper spot of fun besides. Wouldn't expect any less from our king and captain. Well, since I'm the ballet court engineer, I've no choice but to come along. I'm the only driver fit to maneuver the Royal Skyrunner after all. And why, you're the Dragon Slayer King, bane of monsters all across the country. When I imagine what sort of wondrous encounters you've got next, well, I'm all agog. Yes, here begins our quest anew. Let us sally forth upon our... hello? Are you not listening to me?
Oh, they
Sire,
changed.
You've really got to stop chasing these ideas all on your own. It'll be the death of us.
Once again, sire, I've asked you countless times to give word if you're to leave the castle. Such caprice.
Nurse, don't tell me you called for them beforehand.
Saved us a bit of time, eh? Though, hello, what's this? I count only 2 of the 6 partisans. Short a few spears.
For my part, I believe 'tis unrealistic for all of us to depart the capital together.
Oh, so you've no plans to stop our little adventure, eh?
Hulkenberg and I talked it over. We decided that if you insist on going, we'd rather go with you than stop you.
I'm glad to hear that, but will that be all right?
I was thinking back to our last fight with Luis. So many people supported us, but not for any high-minded ideals or arguments.
They were supporting us because we were actively fighting a monster on their behalf. In the end, people make choices based on their personal experience and emotion. Even if decided justly and supported by prosperity, people may struggle to trust a king whose face they do not know. An invisible ruler is no cure for their fears.
Yeah, but also wherever I go, no one recognizes me, so that's pretty invisible too.
Right. I'm not opposed to the idea of getting out into the world again. Really, it might be the wisest move to make sure you're a king everyone knows.
My friends and allies believe as I do. Their support is the greatest treasure I could have. Wait, do I really not get to see like the rest of the party members for this last bit?
This early into the new year? 'Tis never a dull moment in your majesty's employ.
My character should put his face on the money so everyone can recognize him.
But it's a pleasure to be on the road again with you.
Okay, but can we really afford to have both our general and the Royal Guard's captain coming along for this?
'Tis natural course for the Royal Guard to accompany the king. And I trust my corps is not so feeble that it will fall apart in my absence.
We'll make it work. Got to learn to trust others and delegate, right? And we'll just have to lead by example.
I was right to leave an entire stream for this ending too. This ending is so long.
Thank you. All of you. Let's be off.
Especially since I haven't even given my thoughts on the ending yet. No, but I want everyone to come on board.
Heard my voice and answered a
Oh,
question.
not you. Why the click?
Is fantasy a powerless creation? That timeless question. So long as life remains in the world, we seekers all shall search for our answer. But he will find his. Of that I am certain. And it is thanks to you for believing in and guiding him. That was the true purpose of my royal magic, you know. To seek and obtain guidance from denizens of a land beyond ours. A land that has not yet lost hope
So us.
And it was you who answered the call. Armed with your hope, armed with the power of fantasy, you rose in glory. Such courage, such whimsy, and yes, what thrills. You have my sincerest thanks.
The Gauntlet Runner still looks really silly, but I love it.
It's been far too long.
Aye, the wind feels an echo of days past.
Unusually poetic for you.
Yay, Heisme. Oh, hi, Batman.
They're awful, aren't they? They would have left us behind. Oh.
Well, I'm not certain we're in a position to talk, having followed straight after, saying we could just teleport back.
Well, hey, we figured the kids might want to change your scenery, like.
Wow!
Don't fall off, Maria.
Poetic indeed. That the scepter's absence restored order to Magla, and even greenery to the sands.
I'll say, I definitely like this view better.
Let's go.
Credit roll? Yes. Okay, finally. I can start talking. Okay. Time for the game to face its true final boss, Kiro's criticisms. So first of all, like some people said to me, like, Kiro, you really hate this game, don't you? And to that I would say, no. If you think I hate the game, you obviously haven't really been watching the streams, or you've only been catching like glimpses of it when I've been complaining. But like, on a whole, sure, the game didn't live up to exactly what I wanted, and I do have a number of criticisms for it. It wasn't a bad game overall. It was fine. I think the biggest problem basically stems back to the fact that it is living under the shadow of Persona and SMT. So, like when I started the game with a demo, I wasn't really into it. I think the demo, I was around, if I were to rate the game, I would say I would give it like a 7 out of 10. And it wasn't until we got Heisme when the story started to get better. I think the story for me, or the game and the story, went to like an 8.5 out of 10. And that's partially because I think Heisme's story was really good, but also because having 4 party members made such a big difference compared to only having 3 party members as well. However, by the time I got to Altaberry, the story had a lot of points where it was just really badly written, in my opinion. And so I have to drop down my score. I think it's an 8 out of 10, which is not a bad score, but it's not really what I was hoping for, but it's still a good score. It's not a bad game. Let's first talk about things I liked about the game. I think the music overall was fine, although I do have complaints with like some of the choices of when some of the music played, and I wish the boss battle music was better, because I think the boss battle music was pretty unexciting, which should be the opposite for a boss fight. The social links overall, I think, had really good stories, except for the ending of Alonso's. I don't like the ending of Alonso's, and I'll talk about that later, which I already talked about that when we saw it. I like what they were going for with him, I just don't like the way they wrapped it up. The moments with Heisme, I think, were highlights. I think the parts with Fidelio leading up to his character development was part that I really, really enjoyed, actually. When we got to the final 30 days, we finally had access to more archetypes, and I actually had enough like stuff to actually play around and time to play around with the archetypes. Like, that part actually became pretty fun, but I feel like that was really late for the game to start picking up, right? I think the idea of having the informants was nice, being able to go into a dungeon and ahead of time, having a couple hints of like what elements to put, because you can customize your build so much, but not giving you everything was kind of nice. I think it's nice that it was pretty easy to finish all the social links in one playthrough. Like, maybe it was hard to finish everything, like if you did all the side quests and all the Colosseum stuff, all the Royal Virtues and the social links, like that was hard. Like, I think I got everything done except for like 2 Coliseum matches. If I had just like 1 more extra day, I could have done that. But like for overall, like that's pretty generous. But especially because the social links are linked to unlocking archetypes or character classes, which is really important, unlike social links in Persona, where sometimes doing one just gives you a couple little benefits here and there, but nothing that you can't live without. I like that the protagonist actually voiced his lines out loud. I always found it weird that they didn't bother doing that in some of the more recent games, because the protagonist does have a voice actor in most SMT games, so at least give them a couple extra things to say. So it felt like he came to life a little bit more because he actually said his lines. Obviously the writing was a little different, so he felt like he had more of a personality, but in SMT fashion he had to be renameable and quote-unquote silent, so I can see why they did that. I think those are like the standout things I liked about the game. I mean, the battle system was good. Press turn system, always pretty fun, especially towards the end of the game, but again, I feel like end of the game's taking a little bit too long for that to get interesting. Again, it does pick up a lot more when you get your 4th party member. I feel like you have a lot more flexibility when you get Haizme, just because having 3 party members is just really limiting, and the fact that you're stuck with 3 for so long, like throughout like the entire first arc all the way up until even like going through the sandworm's nest, there's only 3 people, feels like it kind of felt boring at first, but then it picked up after that. Let's talk about the things I didn't like about the game. Some of them I'll talk about in more length than others. I think it'd be nice if we had like loadouts, because there's so many times we had to switch up your entire thing, or people would change archetypes or change equipment, and it was just kind of annoying to reconfigure everything before, after a boss, for the dungeon. I wish I could just make like a couple loadouts. Would have been nice and convenient. I like the idea that you can attack on the overworld in the dungeon and then start the turn-based battling. That's kind of cool, except when it falls apart. So when you're, you know, fighting Melancholia crystals, or you're in a small corridor, or your main character has a weapon that does not have a very good attack, it just feels really clunky. So, because you can tell, it's like, it's not an action game, so they definitely did not take the time to perfect that part, right? It's hard to attack and then quickly do a dodge roll. You can't like cancel out of it. You get stuck in animations a lot. Sometimes the hitboxes are weird. It is not made to be an action game. So those parts where the action was a little bit more enforced felt bad. I like the idea. It just didn't get executed very well. Every time I started the game up for the stream, for some reason they keep playing the opening cutscene. The cutscene where Luis kills the king always plays at the beginning, and I don't know why we need to keep seeing that. If you skip past it, there is a second opening cutscene, which is kind of like the opening cinematic, but why not just have that? I don't get it. Plus, the opening cinematic is kind of boring, even by, like, I know Persona has great opening cinematics because they have, like, musical tracks, and they weren't able to put a musical track with words and lyrics here. But even SMT, when they have opening tracks, like, they put in, like, spices of cool cutscenes from the game, they have some artwork, they have some cool music playing. This game didn't really have that. The opening cutscene was pretty boring. It's just a bunch of silhouettes in still pictures. I think they could have done better with that for a first impression, but that's kind of a minor complaint. I still don't get why the Luis killing the king cutscene happens at the beginning of every time you load up the game, though. I think that's kind of silly. Maybe make it so that if it plays, it's because you leave it on the title screen for too long and then it goes for it, right? Or if you start up a new game. I don't need to keep seeing that cutscene every time. The UI, they try to be Persona 5 so bad, but in some areas it just looks ugly. Like, I feel like there's too much stuff when you're walking around town. You see all the, like, the calendar, you see the dates, you see, like, the text at the bottom, you see the instructions, you see people talking, you see the giant speech bubbles. I like a cleaner UI when you're walking around in the world. Even the battle UI is kind of ugly, and it's a little hard to read at first until you get used to it. I wish that when you went into battle, all those texts, the ones that say, like, attack, archetype, guard, at least had, like, a drop shadow, would make them easier to read. They're also angled at a weird angle that just makes it look strange. I just don't like how it looks. I think it's a little ugly. Also because if you're playing the game, it's fine, but if you're watching someone else play the game, it's just a lot of, like... Did the music just stop? It's just a lot of, like, flashing lights, like, because when I'm playing, my muscle memory, I know which button is the archetype button, I know which button is, like, the skill I need, but when I'm clicking fast and you're watching someone else play, it's just a bunch of screens going like, blam, 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 blam. You can't even see the characters transforming into their archetypes or casting those spells. It just happens way too much. It's like overstimulation. And if you're the one playing, you get used to it, but if you're watching, I can see it's very annoying, I think. Character designs, I didn't really like most of the characters appearance-wise, which is fine. I could play a game where I don't like anyone appearance-wise, but they just felt a little bit too eclectic to me. Like, it felt like a lot of them did not belong in the same game as others. Like Juna's dress just kind of sticks out, and it just doesn't look like it matches. Or people like Gladel, who looked ridiculous and completely out of what should be in this game, right? Like, even weirdos like Godot and like the consortium heads and the princes of Montario and Oceania, like, yeah, they had weird designs, but like at least I could kind of be like, oh, they're kind of fantasy-like. But people like Glodell, which is kind of like what are you wearing? A fashion disaster. Even like Zorba was dressed really weird at the beginning, and I don't like his design. I think they could have done better on some of the designs, or at least tried to be a bit more cohesive. Again, it just, or you have like Loveless, who's wearing like a Hawaiian shirt. It just doesn't feel like they all belong in the same game, let alone a high fantasy. Like, I think Stroll and Hulkenberg are fine, and you see like the designs of the knights, you see the design of young Hulkenberg, like Grius, like those all look like high fantasy. And then you start seeing like Juna and Gladel and Fidelio, and like they don't look like they belong in the setting here. It's just a little weird. I wish the characters actually got outfits that you can unlock throughout the game. The only outfits you really get are DLC ones, where they're just cameos for other SMT or Persona or Etrian Odyssey games. I think you can re-equip like the protagonist and Stroll with their like army outfits if you want, like from the very beginning of the game, but who would do that? It'd be nice if like Juna could wear her songstress dress, or you could get the New Game Plus outfits from the end of this game onto a new game, right? Or even
Dear
like
guest, from a world I shall never know.
Oh, I had to click.
In your eyes, I know our journey was ultimately a fiction. However, I hope your memories of this fantastical adventure burn as bright in your reality. I hope the promise of our world echoes in you. With all my heart, I hope that fantasy gives you strength.
Those credits were not as long as I thought they would be.
The rubble's just baked for tourists now.
I never expected a view like this.
Let's see it all. Let's see the world.
Yeah.
A new journey now beckons. In days of eld, the people prospered and perished in turn. Struck by their ways, I wrote a book of my dearest ideas. A tale of fantasy. In my vision, they placed their trust, and so the kingdom breathed new life.
Look at them being cute.
The strength to believe in the unknown, that can change everything. Without a doubt, you will face all sorts of trials ahead. But carry onward with all your heart. Onward, fearless, into a world unknown.
Fantasy lives on. Okay, I'm not gonna click the next button so I can keep talking. Otherwise, it's just gonna try playing the opening cutscene again. Okay, so I wish like they had more outfits you could choose from within the game. Even silly ones, like, you know, hot springs outfits or swimsuit outfits or something like that would be kind of nice. Not have it just be DLC and cameo stuff would be kind of cool. The protagonist did not look good with white hair. It was very obvious he was designed to have the blue hair, and then the plot thing happened, and then he just didn't look good with the white hair. Again, it kind of reminds me of a certain Fire Emblem game, which I will not name out of spoilers, but you know what I'm talking about if you know, where a character was designed to have a certain color of hair that was a dark color, and then part of the story they changed into a color of hair that is a lighter version of it that just doesn't go with their outfit and looks atrocious. That's what exactly I'm thinking about. It would have been nice if maybe he got a new outfit to go with his white hair that looks better with it, or something. Or designed the character to look good with the white hair, or keep the accessory on, keep the headband or something. It just didn't look good on him. And it just makes them into a walking spoiler, because I've definitely seen people posting screenshots with, because you can't really post any screenshots past that event in the last 30 days of the game, because the protagonist is just a walking spoiler at that point. But I see people posting it regardless. The optional dungeons all looked the same. They were all forest, ruin, temple, tower. They all looked identical. And I know that you need to save assets and reuse things. It would have been nice to make things a little different. At least the forests were like, here's forest, here's snowy forest, here's autumn forest. Like, it would have been nice because none of the dungeons really had much, none of the side dungeons had much identity to them. It was just scurrying through the same repeated looking scenery over and over again. Even just changing the color or the tint of one of them would have made them a little bit more interesting, I feel. There were a lot of times where the music just wasn't fitting for the situation it was playing in. Like, a lot of the sad music starts off it sounds very whimsical. So you're like in a sad cutscene and it starts playing like whimsical music before it starts getting sad. The boss battle music, I think, was very weak, which is surprising because I love Shoji Meguro's. Usually the boss tracks are the best ones. And they were okay, but they just didn't feel that exciting. They all felt like mini boss tracks and not so much like boss music. Even like the second last fight with Luis, when he's like an angel, just played regular boss music. And I think that's really boring. Something like Blooming Villain or Face Myself or Master of Shadows, like those are all good boss tracks. I just didn't feel that here. A lot of the tracks also sound very much the same because they're using the same choir and the same people and a lot of the same notes. And yes, part of that's the leitmotif and getting repeating parts. But I didn't really feel like this game had too many leitmotifs, like too many melodies that were repetitive that made me go like, oh, this evokes something in me because I heard it before. They rarely rearrange the same tracks. It's just the same tracks playing throughout the game. I think the music was fine, but I think they could have done better with the variety of it or the timing of when it played. Part of it's made just because they were going for this like gothic church choir kind of theme, but I've seen other games do that as well, and I feel like they do it better than this one. So maybe it's just kind of it's their first time kind of doing a track like this or score like this. I don't know. I just found that it was weaker compared to both Persona and SMT. And again, I didn't when I first went into this game, I didn't want to keep comparing it to Persona and SMT, but the game makes it incredibly hard to because every single mechanic is just Persona except for the battle system, which is SMT. It's all exactly the same. They make no effort to hide it. Archetypes, calendar system, royal virtues. I wish they tried to do a little bit more to branch out. Given later on in the story, when they stop having like storyline dungeons, it starts to feel a little different. But I feel like they should have tried a little bit more to make it a bit different than Persona, because that just draws all the similarities between them and the shortfallings of this game. Although I know a lot of friends that preferred this game over Persona, but I am not one of those people, for many reasons, which I will continue to talk about. I feel like the Royal Virtues just felt like make-do work. It just didn't feel like at times there were side events that were kind of nice to shed light on the world, like talking about like the Mistari people or hearing a story from the storyteller and stuff. Like that was kind of cool. But like the Royal Virtues were superfluous time wasters for a lot of times. Especially since social links rank up every time you do them. So it just felt like, why are these even here, right? And sometimes they would spoil you. At the beginning of the game, they kept telling us, increase your Royal Virtues so you could become king. But at that point in the story, we weren't even trying to become king. Like the tutorials were spoiling the game for us because we had no intention of becoming king. We were still trying to save the prince. We had there was no tournament at the time, and the game was already telling us that we were trying to be king. Or like, press this button to see your popularity ranking. And it's like, but I didn't care about that in the story at that point. So it just felt really weird. Like it felt like a disconnect between a lot of the gameplay elements that were inherited by Persona and the story of the game. The calendar system, I think, was definitely one of them. Like, I love the calendar system in Persona. I love managing my time. I think that's really fun. But in this game, for some of the goals they set just felt like, do I need a calendar system for this? It feels like it doesn't match up with what our goals are. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Please go check out our friend Luke Aurora, an amazing streamer who plays a lot of different games, such as Punishing Grey Raven. I know you're a big fan of that. Thank you so much for coming by and sharing your audience with me. Hope you had a good stream. We just finished Metaphor ReFantazio, so I'm just giving my thoughts on the game before we close out. And right now I'm doing the critiques part of the game, so I already did the the parts I liked. Now we're talking about things I think could be improved. The calendar system kind of feeds into my idea that I think the game pacing is really weird. Like, early in the game, it's like, okay, you get 10 days to do this, you get 5 days to do this, you get 10 days to do this, and suddenly it jumps to 20, and then it goes back to 10, and then suddenly you have 30. I like the Persona usually gives you approximately equal amounts of times, because sometimes it feels really rushed, where it's like, oh, well, what can I do in 5 days? I have too much to do, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I have 20 days, that's too much to do, and then it's like, I have 30 days. It just feels like they should have had, like, it'd be nice if it was like 20, 20, 20, 20, or 15, 15, 15, 15, or something like that. I think would have been better. Especially because after you leave Virga Islands, there's no main story dungeon. There's no main story dungeon after the Dragon Temple. Everything after is just preparing for boss fights. Kind of like Persona 3's Full Moon system, but it just felt weird. Like, at some points it was like, okay, it makes sense there's a deadline for this, but some of them are like, but why? Like, at the beginning of the game was, like, when Zorba was like, I'm gonna destroy everything, but I'm gonna wait until the day of mourning passes by, which is in 10 days. So you guys have 10 days to stop me. I'm gonna go hang out in the Grand Cathedral. Like, he had no reason to come out and announce that, right? Or, like, these, like, artificially generated deadlines that were just really strange. Or, like, well, the king decided, well, this is the day that I make my judgment of when the king gets decided. Like, here's the day. Bam. Set in stone. Or Luis being like, well, here's the day I'm going to duel you guys. Like, I guess when they had the tournament going, it made a bit more sense to have deadlines. But again, the tournament disappears like 2/3 of the way through the game. So a lot of times it just feels like they have manufactured deadlines. Or at the end of the game, after you defeat Zorba, it's like, well, we got to wait until the last day for the storm to clear to go fight Luis. So I guess we have X number of days left. Whoop-de-doo. Artificially generated deadlines just felt like it didn't work at times. I feel like in Persona, at least it works because they're operating on a real-world basis, right? The kids are going to school. They have work. People are available on weekends and weekdays differently, or evenings. Social links have schedules. In this game, the social links didn't have schedules. They just hung out whenever. Some of them had certain events that only happened at night, some only during the day, and some on the Gauntlet Runner, but inconsistently so. The only real day thing that happened consistently was Idol's Day for sales. So it just kind of like felt weird. And again, this is coming from someone who likes the calendar system. I think balancing juggling time and tasks and being efficient is fun. But because it just felt like it was artificially imposed on this game, it felt unnatural at some points. I'll talk more about the actual like story plot things I have problems with in a bit, but there's just so much for that. I think the characters in the story are fine. The main characters are fine. Some had a lot of really good development, like Heizme and Basilio, I think, were standouts. But I really lacked moments where the characters got to know each other. Yes, they were always together for the main story, but like, you know, in Persona, when they have like the camping adventure, the hot springs adventure, the school trip, you get to see some of the characters interacting with each other. Most of the time when the characters join you, they just kind of all act, they're like together, but they're also independent. They don't really do things together. They don't really hang out together. It'd be nice if you had a couple events where it's like they had like 3 opportunities in the game where they mentioned hot springs, and then they don't do it. Like, that's a prime opportunity for everyone to get together and just have a little bit of fun, get to know how they interact with each other better, maybe have a humorous event, because the humor in this game was very weird and weirdly paced. Like, a lot of the humor in the game is obviously put there by the writers, but the characters don't seem to be privy to it or aware of it, so it just comes off as very weird. Like the beginning, when we fought Zorba and we brought out the Luis portraits, and then he refused to attack us and left, like, I feel like one of the characters, they kind of say it, but not really, being like, well, that's kind of funny that he would do that, that's kind of weird, like, or look into the camera and be like, huh, Luis followers, right? Like, just something that kind of makes it more aware, because, like, the only other joke they really had was, like, Hulkenberg liking weird food, and they drove that one into the ground. Like, at first, Hulkenberg was kind of cool, because I liked that she was, like, the cool, composed knight, and then you see her, like, liking weird food, and being impressed by Juna. You get to see these, like, Gat Moe moments of her, but then they just beat those to death. It's like, then it's suddenly her only character trait beyond being a knight is that she likes weird food. Like, it was very little to work with other than that. It'd be nice to have some more humor built into the story, especially because there's so many parts of the story where there's a lot of unintentional humor, or maybe intentional, but not like, maybe not the type that you're supposed to be gunning for. Like, a lot of moments where I laughed and said, well, this is dumb, but I'm pretty sure that was not the point of that. would have been played off better if there was just an overall better source of comedy throughout. Like, it's obvious that when they were writing this, they didn't really have someone who's good at writing, like, humor, and then they tried to, like, splice in a couple spots here and there, but they were just, like, overplayed their hands. Like, again, Hulkenberg liking weird foods was beaten to death so many times, and then no one else really got anything. I mean, Basilio got, like, some Gap Moe moments from the optional events with him, but it wasn't really anything that ever went anywhere. I just feel like that pacing of the humor and the type of humor just didn't work or wasn't overly prevalent enough as well. And some of the words they just overused so much. Knight for Hulkenberg, noble for Stroll, the word mission, magla, fantasy, metaphor. It's like they kept, like, they're trying to, like, throw in anxiety, they're trying to throw in all these buzzwords, but, like, they say them so much to the point where the words start to lose meaning. It's like, yeah, you said fantasy like 30 times this stream, and for what? Like, it didn't really seem to have much of a lasting stay on me. It just felt like they were just saying it to be a buzzword at some point, right? So I feel like the writing really suffered from some of that. It felt like I don't want to be too mean, but it felt like a child writing their first, like, maybe not a child, but like a first-time writer writing their first pass, and then no one looked it over and went like, I think you're overusing this word, or the sentences here are really weird because you use the same word 3 times in the span of, like, 2 sentences. Like, maybe go and change something, or use some synonyms, or find a different way to speak your metaphors and symbolism instead of just coming out and saying it. I felt was very, very weird. I think I love the idea of the class system, like character job classes with the archetypes. Archetypes themselves, completely unnecessary. It only draws more comparisons to Persona. Plot-wise, they didn't even do anything with it, other than when they first awakened, that they could transform into these big mecha-looking things. Furthermore, everyone's archetypes are the same, except for the color palettes and the royal ones. Yes, everyone has a base archetype that they're related to, but everyone can be any archetype, and all the archetypes look the same. I would have preferred a job class system, where the characters change clothes into different jobs, and everyone had a different style, like Octopath style or Bravely Default style. Like, I think that would have been much more exciting and cool. I do like that you can mix and match the inherited skills, although you need a lot more, like, bond levels to actually get to 3 to 4 slots. At the beginning, it's very limited. It would have been cool if they had, like, pick a primary job and a secondary job, so you didn't have as much control, but it is kind of more SMT-like when you have more customization over the characters' loadouts, which is nice, because unlike Persona, where the characters just have all preset moves except for your main character, it is nice being able to go and customize your characters and say, well, I want so-and-so to be a mage, I want so-and-so to be the healer, blah, blah, blah. The bad part about that, though, is the beginning of the game, they're like, well, anyone could be any archetype, so you could build anyone the way you want. If you want, you can make Stroll your healer or your mage, even though his stats don't really work for it, but you're free to do so. But then all of a sudden you get to the end of the game and it's like, oh, by the way, there's these things called royal archetypes. They're the best ones in the game. They're not mandatory, but they're really, really good to have. And by the way, I hope you've been building your characters a certain way to unlock them. And by then, if you have like healer Stroll or mage Stroll, for whatever reason, you'd be like, well, crap, I can't even get close to building royal warrior on him unless I go and farm, right? Like, I wish if it's either give us full control over your characters or give us like limited choices so everyone has a perceived job in the party, not something in between where you get the least of both worlds. Especially because if every character can be anything, I feel like that loses out on some of their individuality. It would have been nice if every character got like one skill that was just unique to them, not being royal archetypes, like just one skill. Like Juna's skill is that she recovers 2 MP every turn, or her spells cost 5% less, or something that kind of gives them some individuality, or everyone had one ultimate skill that they could use. I guess the royal archetypes sort of have that, but at least then, if everyone can be anything, they also lose their individuality in the party, I think. Anyone can wield any weapon, anyone can use any type of magic. It feels like it loses out on their personality, which this game, I guess you could argue, because they have base archetypes, like Hulkenberg's obviously the knight, then that kind of does away with it, but it's a little bit of a weird place to live in between both worlds. I wish it was one or the other. Full control over everything, full freedom, or people having limited but still some choices to keep characters on a certain path, I think would have made it feel more cohesive. But I think the whole idea of archetypes was completely unnecessary. other than trying to make it look like Persona. I also can't believe they start you off with Seeker, Warrior, Knight as your first group, because that's a horrible combination. I struggled so much on those first couple days in that dungeon with those combinations. You have like no elemental coverage, but you have limited magla, so you're like, well, I don't want to change just yet. Plus also, main character Stroll and Hulkenberg, none of them strike me as a mage. I mean, I guess the main character I could use as a healer, that kind of struck me as a healer, but then Hulkenberg and Stroll, neither of them are very mage-like, although later on, Hulkenberg needs the mage line to unlock Magic Knight, which you would never know from the beginning. Had I chosen Stroll to be my mage, I would have been screwed out of that too. I just got lucky. Same with if I got, like, Heismay needs so many specific things to get his royal archetype that if you waste any archetype XP on him, he needs a lot of grinding. I got purely lucky that I was doing things like Gunner and Merchant on him, which happened to be things that he needed, right? But otherwise, if you didn't know and you just built him as like a general or warrior, then you would just lose out on that until you found out about the royal archetypes, and you'd be behind on your build. So again, I feel like too much freedom, but then also funneling you into one thing at the end. I don't think that's good game design. Now, let's talk about the story. This is where a lot of my problems lie, the story of the game. Like, it's not an awful story, but it feels like there's a lot of plot holes or oversights, or a lot of places where I need to suspend my disbelief. And I don't mind suspending my disbelief, but when the game asks me to do that so often, eventually it gets to the point where it's kind of like, is this just sloppy writing? I have to suspend my disbelief too many times. I'll just start with like the themes of the game. The whole thing about the utopia at the beginning of the game, my main character's constantly reading this book about this perfect world, which obviously is trying to describe Earth, but in like a very perfect sense. We as viewers know that it's a very naive thing, but the characters keep looking at it like it's like, oh, we should try to make this utopia. That's another buzzword they like. Utopia, we want to be like this world, everything's perfect. Very, very great, perfect. And then we know that, well, that doesn't actually work that way. And they kind of address that at the end, but at the end it's still kind of like very like, well, utopia, perfect world, blah, 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 utopia. It just comes off as very naive. And I know Moore kind of points out that, oh, that is kind of naive, and I can't believe I planted this idea in your head, but I just feel like it's a totally unnecessary thing. Now, for the racism part, like, I guess the game wants to address racism, and a lot of RPGs do that through fantasy racism. And this game, it has it, but it's just very, like, overt racism and very surface level understanding of racism. And I'm not saying that people nowadays don't undergo that type of stuff. There's definitely overt racism in our world where people would decry people based solely on the color of their skin right off the bat, which is horrible, right? But that's also very, like, it's a very blatant type of racism. It's a very in-your-face kind of racism that a lot of people don't see on, like, a day-to-day all the time. Not saying that people don't live that experience, but it's a type of racism that anyone playing this game, even people that some people might argue are a little bit more racist, could look at and be like, oh, that's bad, right? That's definitively bad. Oh, they're hanging the parapists just because they're parapists. That's bad. Like, you'll find very few people that could say that that's morally gray or like say that that's potentially a good thing. But like, racism is so much more than just this bad. Like, it's power dynamics, it's privilege, it's system, it's systematic, like, benefits, it's like underlying roots, it's like small microaggressions, it's like preconceived prejudices and discrimination. Like, it's so much more than just that person's a race, let's go hang them, which is, again, awful. So, like, I'm not saying the game needs to do all these, because, like, the very depths of racism are very complicated, and it's not something that would easily be able to put into literature or game or something in a way that can appeal to everyone. So I'm not saying the game needed to do that, but I feel like a lot of their touches on racism were very, like, brush the surface. Very someone who, and again, I don't know anything about who wrote this game and what their lives were like, but it feels like a very, like, privileged look at it all, instead of something that could have been a little bit more insightful. Like, I don't think anyone's going to leave this game and go like, whoa, this game changed my life to not be racist, right? I think a good game that would do racism would kind of leave you going like, I should reevaluate some of the things I do in my life, because there are things I do that everyone does in their life that includes a little bit of prejudice, whether we want to or not. And these things are learned behaviors that are passed down through a systematic core of beliefs that it's hard to shake in this world that we have to live in and work with the system despite the fact the system's against us, and use our privilege to uplift others. Like, that's a message that's very, like, again, difficult, but it's also very, like, I never thought of it that way. Especially because racism is not so black and white. It's not a matter of, this is racist, this is not racist. Often things blend the lines between and say, oh, I can see this person has some, inherent prejudices based on their upbringing here, and they might be justified on some fronts here, but also it's wrong here. Like, that's a very complicated decision and conversation to have. When you just decry all the characters in this game of, well, this character's racist, this character's not. This character's racist, this character's not. That's a very black and white thing with racism. And, like, the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I've worked with some of these themes both in my studies and also in my, like, charity work. And so I'm very passionate about these things. I made a video on my YouTube channel talking about some of the complexities of racism. And one of the things is that in racism, right, don't look at people as being either racist or not racist. Because if it's a black and white, that means that if you decry someone as being racist, they're going to spend all their energy just fighting to try to say that they're not racist, when that energy could be better spent trying to actually reevaluate their beliefs and think about, well, this is a complex system, and it's not about being racist or not racist. It's about living in a society where a lot of your beliefs could have some prejudice embedded within them and privilege, and everyone has that. We need to recognize that and use it for good. People are not racist. The system is racist. It's a systemic level, not an individual level of thing. People can be discriminatory and prejudiced, but racism itself is more of a systematic thing. So I think when you try to tackle things like that, this game brushes it so much on the surface. It's a very childlike understanding of what racism is what I'm trying to say. And the thing is, we didn't even learn that much about all the races. Yes, you could open up the in-game glossary and start reading about all the races, but we only really explored the Mistari, and through Highest May we learned a little bit about the Ujif, not really that much. We didn't really get to see much about, like what about how do the Nydia live their lives beyond just Juna? What do we saw Parapet stuff, I guess, just them being, like, in the lower rungs of society. The Roussant and the Clemar, we didn't really see much of at all. It's almost like, well, they're the predominant races, so they don't have anything we can really show off to you. And then, like, the Nydia, we didn't even touch on at all, really. It just feels like there's so much opportunity for the game to be more about that. Like, I kind of think about Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. And as much as people don't like sometimes the story of Dawn Trail, and I liked it, like, when this game said that, oh, we're going on a tournament where you go around the continent doing these feats to prove yourself as the king to the people, that reminds me of Dawn Trail. But Dawn Trail was a lot more better about it, because it was really about going to different places, learning about different cultures, different people, and how they can work together. I think that did a much better job of bringing together, like, disparity between races than this game. And that wasn't even the main theme of Dawn Trail. That was part of it. But, like, here, I know the tournament was rigged from the start and it's run by the church, so the tasks were not really catered for that. But I feel like it just wasn't really done very well, especially since the tournament ends prematurely 2/3 of the way through the game anyways. I think one of the things I really don't like about this game, though, is that they over-explain everything. Like, I don't mind explanation. I don't mind exposition. I don't mind lore building and world building. But sometimes it feels like they took the time to re-explain everything so many times. Like, when you merge with the prince, they re-explain that you did that, like, 5 or 6 times within the next hour or two. And it's like, yeah, we get it. We know what happened. You don't have to re-explain it to me. It's not that hard to believe, right? It just felt like when they over-explain things to us, it's almost like they're treating us like kids. They're treating us like toddlers. Like, that's why the metaphors in this game are very heavy-handed. Every time there's a metaphor, the game has to be like, that's a metaphor for something. Like, a metaphor should speak for itself, right? It should be something that, that we read into ourselves after playing through it and saying, oh, this reflects this, right? Yeah, it's kind of like they're underestimating our media literacy, which I guess is kind of fair, because nowadays when I look at the internet and, social media, it really sometimes feels like people don't have media literacy, but I feel like the game should not be babying us like that by outwardly saying all their metaphors and stuff like that and saying, like, well, that was a metaphor, by the way. This symbolizes this, by the way. It's just very heavy-handed, and it just doesn't feel like good storytelling at that point. There's also a lot of parts of the game where our characters do things that I don't think I agree with on a morality level, which would be fine if our characters were like anti-heroes, but they're not. Our characters are portrayed as being very perfect and doing everything great, but there's so many decisions we make in this game that seem like things that more like anti-heroes would do. Like, for example, assassinating Luis, sneaking into his gauntlet runner, I guess, is something that is kind of heroic, but it still seemed a little weird. We lied about what happened to Gladel. Yes, it was to keep our cover, but we did lie about it. What really gets me is the lying about being the prince. When they were like, you should lie and tell everyone you're the prince. And like me, I knew from the way the story was going, our white lie is going to become the truth. It's going to be revealed that I'm actually the prince. But at the time, we didn't know that. It just felt like, okay, so we're just lying to people now? When we're supposed to be like honest and upstanding? Just because Luis has the upper hand, we're just going to lie to everyone now and say that we're the prince? Just felt like I didn't really feel like a hero at that point, right? Or when I snuck into the opera to hit Luis with a cheap shot of a lance from a chandelier, I didn't feel like I was the hero of a story. I felt like I was the anti-hero. I felt like I was doing something that was bad. And I don't think you should feel that when the hero's supposed to be portrayed as being so benevolently perfect, which they kind of were, right? Hey Valkyria, welcome to the stream. Yes, exactly. It's kind of like, that's one of the problems I had with Raincode. Like, every time they explain something to us, they re-explained it so many times to like beat it like a dead horse. It just makes it feel like they're treating us like toddlers, right? I think the social links, Alonso's, I really didn't like the ending of Alonso's. I think I like the idea of Alonso. I like the idea of a character that is an anti-hero. He works in the shadows. He does things that are less reputable, things that a main character really wouldn't want to do, but he gets his hands dirty for us. I like that idea. And his story picked up when his village burned to the ground, and I thought he would kind of turn over a new leaf or re-examine his feelings, which he sort of did. But then he just like fakes his own death. He doesn't even tell us about it because he knows that we're against it. So that obviously shows the level of trust between Alonso and the prince. He doesn't even tell us he's going to do it. He fakes his own death. And then not only does he not immediately reveal to us it was fake, but we don't find out for like another social link plus an optional event afterwards, when he had every opportunity to get his landowner dude to tell us, oh, by the way, don't be distressed. Your friend's actually alive. Like, no, like we could have been grieving. We could have been going through something horrible. And Alonso didn't even think to consider that, right? And then he comes back and then he's just like, oh yeah, it was all a ruse. I didn't tell you. You wouldn't have gone with it. I fully trust you. And it's like, well, you didn't trust me because you didn't let me in on your plan. And it was a bad plan because now not only does everyone think you're dead, but now you're saying that you can be like my eyes and ears and speaker of the world, but you can't. You're supposed to be legally declared dead. And if anyone finds out you're alive, everyone's going to think we have a scandal on our hands and blame it on me, and it'll undo everything about the trust I've earned from the people. Like, they don't even entertain the idea that that's not a good idea. At least come back with a disguise or something, right? That, like, Alonso, like, come on. It just felt like they wanted to end on a shocker note and then re-amend it, and it just didn't work. Plus, you need to, like, do an optional event after the rank 8 to even find out about that. They should have made it part of the rank 8. And I know the rank, let's say rank 9 Alonso quest did not take up time in your calendar, but still, you had to go out of your way to do it. And so I didn't like the ending of Alonso's social link. I think they had something good going, and then they fumbled the ending, really. Now let's talk about... Oh, also, I think Luis is a boring villain. They kept trying to, like, so many times towards the end, they're like, we have to find out his motivations. We have to find out why he wanted to do this. We have to find out more about Luis. And it's like, he was so uninteresting. His motivations were so uninteresting and boring. They kept trying to make him sound interesting, and he wasn't. They kept talking about how charismatic he was to get all these people on his side. He didn't seem charismatic to me at all. He barely had any, like, interesting lines at all that showed he was a real human being. He just felt like a robot that had one goal in mind and was somehow, like, extremely good at it. And then not only that, but like he had relationships, quote unquote relationships, with Juna and Basilio and Fidelio. He never reacts to any of that. He's just like, oh, Lady Juna, you're with them now? Whatever. Oh, Fidelio, you got yourself killed because you don't believe in my beliefs? Whatever. Basilio, you turned onto their side? Whatever. Like, he shows no interest. I know that's part of his character, but it just, because he had no connections to anyone besides, I guess, us, like, it just didn't feel like he was very interesting at all. He wasn't charismatic. He didn't have an interesting motivation for doing anything he did. Nothing. Plus, he kept changing his mind about whether he was interested in the main character or not. Like, at the beginning, he had no interest in us, and then we join his ranks. He has no interest in us. Then I guess we brought Joanna to the tournament, so he thought he had some passing interest in us. He recruited us. Then he asked us to go get the lance. We brought the lance back. He was like, good job. And then he was like, okay, I don't really care about you guys anymore. Do whatever. Drop out of the race. And then you get to the opera house, and then you try to assassinate him, and he's like, you guys are kind of interesting now that you've tried to assassinate me. Maybe I'll start paying attention to you. And then he challenges you to the duel. Well, no, and then he like comes back from the dead. And then he's like, well, I don't need you guys anymore. I have the lance. You're not interesting anymore. And then you declare yourself the prince, and suddenly he's like, maybe I should keep this guy on my radar because I'm kind of interested in him. Then he challenges you to a duel. He one-ups you at the duel. Then you disappear, and he's like, whatever, I don't have interest in them. They could do whatever. Then you come back to be the real prince, and he's like, actually, I am kind of interested in you guys. Like, it just didn't feel like he had a consistent relationship with our party that actually showed some kind of interesting relationship. It was just a lot of boring. And, like, the games tried to do things with, like, oh, Forden's a villain as well. Oh, Rella might be antagonistic as well. But those parts were such short-lived parts that Louise was still the overarching antagonist. It would have been nice if we had some other antagonists along the way. Just kind of, besides, like, Joanna and Gladel, like, short-lived little protagonists, but something that felt like a little bit more overarching. I mean, even Zorba was kind of like, okay, he came back, but he kept talking about Louise, but Louise never talked about Zorba. In fact, for all he cared, Zorba probably would have never existed. You just never get to see any of his relationships with any of the characters. So I found him really, really boring. And I know he's supposed to be modeled after, like, Lucifer, Louis Cypher, but I found him just really, really boring. What I did find interesting, though, was I like the enemy designs, I like the humans. I wish there were more of them, though. I also want to say that in a previous stream, I mistakenly said that the humans were based after the works of certain, like, Renaissance artists and stuff, like Dali and stuff like that too. That's incorrect. I apologize. I found the real painter that they all based their human designs off of is a Dutch painter named Hieronymus Bosch. His artwork is the one that they tried to kind of inspire by to get the human designs, and I think the human designs are pretty cool. Again, it's a little bit of a shame because after we leave Dragon Temple, you don't see any human enemies at all until you get to Louise. They're just all boss reruns, which is kind of boring. Again, after Virga Island, we don't do any main story dungeons. You don't have any main story human bosses. It just felt really boring after that. You can even see when you get to the end of the game, when you refight all the bosses in that boss rush, it just ends after Homo Margo, the one from Virga Island. It's just, there's nothing from Virga Islands all the way to Altaberry, all the way back to Grand Trad to Elda Sanctum. There's no humans. So, other than, I guess, Zorba, or the rematch with the first one, Homo Gornius or whatever, I think they could have had more interesting bosses throughout the game. But I did like the human designs, I will say. Now, when it comes to suspension of disbelief, again, when you're playing a video game, sometimes you have to be like, okay, this part's not realistic, but I understand it needs to be like that because it's a video game, or they had to make way for gameplay here, so I can suspend my disbelief. But sometimes when I feel like I'm doing that too often, the game starts to fall apart. So let's say early in the game, I mean, yes, the first part was Zorba saying that he had a deadline for when he's going to do his evil deed, was kind of silly. But then things like, for example, when we had to sneak onto Luis's Gauntlet Runner, they wanted to make it like a Persona thing, so you had to do it before a certain date. But there was also a certain date set for the soiree to do it. So they had to create a dungeon out of that somehow. So you went through his ship, and his NPCs, which, you know, NPCs are dumb, so you're kind of like, okay, I can believe the NPCs are dumb. But these were supposed to be his, like, top elite soldiers who were going to take over the world. And they were like, you beat them up, you take their keys, and then they vow to say nothing because they're embarrassed. They don't tell anyone that their key was stolen. They don't think of it as a security breach. And you can also spread this over multiple days, too. You can do this 20 days in advance, and they wouldn't say a thing. And then you can infiltrate Luis's room. Like, it just felt very like, wow, everyone in this world is incredibly stupid kind of thing, right? Or like all these people you're knocking out from behind on the ship, and they wake up and they never address the fact that they got knocked out while on guard duty. Yes, it's a video game, but it just seems a little silly. And at first I'm like, okay, I can forgive this. It's kind of silly. They need to make gameplay out of it. They need to make the Persona calendar deadline. I can forgive it. But like as the game went on, there were just more and more moments like these. Like, the other one, the next one, I wrote them in chronological order. Juna. I think Juna was an interesting character. When we first met her, it was like, oh, but she seems nice, but she's also working for the bad guys, but her heart doesn't seem into it, but she might be being like a femme fatale to them. That's kind of interesting to me. I wonder what her motivations are. And then when you find out she's a double agent, that's kind of cool. And she's like putting her neck on the line. But then when you find out her motivation, she's like, why did you join the Resistance? And she's like, oh, I joined the Resistance because I randomly met a guy and I thought it would make me better at singing. And they're just like, okay. And they just kind of leave it like that. Like, what kind of reason is that? Joining the Resistance to fight against, like, people in political power that are powerful just because you ran across some guy and you thought it'd be a good opportunity to learn how to sing better? Surely you could make up a better excuse than that. Like, it just sounded, all my interest in her was like I was so interested in finding out her motivations, and then when she dropped that, I was like, really? Like, there must be more to it, and there wasn't. I felt that was really silly. And again, I feel like the game a lot of times builds up to something cool and then drops the ball, and that's one of the moments. Now, the entire Altaberry section was awful. I know it's supposed to be the turning point in the game where they reveal all the plot twists, but they were just executed so badly. When we go to assassinate Luis, the whole plan is like so haphazardly thrown together. Go down from the go behind the scenes and sneak past all the millions of people and then climb up on the chandelier and throw a lance at him. Oh, you've never thrown a lance before? Oh, the lance is gigantic? Oh, you don't have the upper body strength for doing that? Well, you have to get it in one shot, by the way. Like, if they even explained it away with like, oh, Yufa's magic helped us aim it. But then they immediately say, oh, Yufa can't aim it because she's too busy concentrating on keeping the lance powerful and going fast. So then suddenly it's like, so my main character who has no experience throwing lances is just a kid, suddenly is good at throwing gigantic lances from a far distance and hitting his target without the use of magic or anything like that, other than Yufa enhancing it. And it's like, okay, it's a JRPG, I can kind of, whatever. But then, like, Luis survives the attack. He comes up and attacks us, falls through with the lance still in his body onto the stage. And then they're like, oh, don't retrieve the lance because everyone will see. And it's like, well, we're on top of the roof. No one's going to see us. Plus, we need to retrieve the lance because it's very important. It's powerful. It's dangerous. Also, it belongs to Yufa. It's not your call to make, Stroll. And they're like, we don't have time to sit here discussing this. And they stand up there for 10 minutes discussing what they should do next. Like, if they wanted the game to hurry and have a sense of urgency, they should have had, like, the guards coming up to the roof to chase us off of it, and we had to go quickly. Or, like, Yufa injured herself, so she's unable to pull back the lance. They could have come up with so many ways to explain why we couldn't pick up the lance. And instead it was just like, I think it's a bad idea, guys. I think it's a bad idea. We don't have time for this, even though we'll spend 10 minutes talking about it. It was really dumb. And then we immediately go down there, and then Stroll, like, tries to explain to everyone, oh, Luis is bad. He burned my village down. That's why we had to assassinate him. And everyone's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, cool. And it's like, what? But Luis told everyone in the world that he killed the king, and no one cared. He admitted to that. That's already a crime that was very much on the table, and no one thought he was bad for that. So then suddenly we assassinate him because we apparently claim he burned down some no-name village somewhere without proof, and suddenly everyone's like, yeah, okay. Like, I get NPCs are dumb, but it's just like, they were just so many times where they're so dumb. And, like, we had no proof of that, and we're like, yeah, we just assassinated a man. Yeah, we sure feel like heroes now. Not only that, but, like, resurrected Zorba snuck into Forden's retinue. How can that guy sneak into anything? He's got, like, a giant bloody eye in the middle of his forehead. He's got a hand that turned into, like, a skeleton hand. He goes around with bright purple hair. He doesn't wear a shirt. He has a horn sticking out of one side of his head. How did he sneak in amongst Forden's trusted people? Not only that, but he was able to switch the lances out. Those lances were huge. Yes, there's like hammer space, I guess, for main characters to hold their stuff, but it's just like, there's just too many things I had to suspend my disbelief back to back to back to back. And then the next day, they go and accuse Forden, because they're like, oh, Luis died, but the prince isn't freed. And then they immediately come to the conclusion that it was Forden. And it was like, you had the clues with you this whole time. It only took this for you to figure it out, even though you were so one purpose driven to kill Luis, and now you're realizing that he might not have been the one. And then they go and accuse Forden with no proof, by the way. They just point their fingers at Forden and say, he did it. Trust me, bro. And all the people are like, oh, yeah, whatever. No one needs any proof. And then Forden doesn't admit to it, but then he starts like making an evil villain speech like he did. So everyone just assumes that he did it. And then Luis comes back to life and kills him. Like, it's just so many like big plot events happening back to back, but because they're all like stitched together so stupidly, it just comes together really dumb. And then it was saved by Fidelio. That moment was saved by Fidelio because his development had reached its peak by that point, and it was actually pretty good. I like that part. And then Basilio, of course. And then you get to the part where it's like, oh, let's declare ourselves the prince, which was a horrible idea, and also it's lying. So we declare ourselves the prince, and then Forden's crew, the Sanctus Church, needs a new head, so they appoint Rella. So that's kind of a shock, because you're like, oh no, Rella, we like her. Even though we didn't really have much reason to like her other than her relationship with Juna. Again, I think it would have been nice if we have a couple events, you know, like the shopping trip or the hot springs trip, where we did them with maybe Rella and Fidelio and Basilio, so we can come to get to know her better, because we only really knew her through Juna. So suddenly it's like, okay, the idea of like, oh, someone that was friendly with us is now an antagonist to us. That was mildly interesting, especially because you knew that she was quote-unquote a good person. So you're like, oh no, what's going to happen? She doesn't want to fight us, but she's being forced into a point where she might be the antagonist. That's kind of interesting. There's a clash of beliefs there. There's potential for some interesting drama. And then she immediately like turns on like full villain mode. I know she does it as an act, but still, she immediately turns on her full villain mode. So you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird. So are we not supposed to feel bad about fighting her? And so you kind of think that this is going to be some overarching plot point, right? You're like, oh, we're going to have to deal with Rella and Luis. That's bad. But then you immediately deal with Rella like 2 seconds later. So that plot point doesn't even have time to last. And then by the time you beat her, and then she's like, oh, by the way, I was good all along. This is all for Juna's sake. And then she spills out her story, which comes out of nowhere. And the story is incredibly stupid. I've said this so many times. Like, Forden felt threatened by the prince and Luis. He felt threatened by the prince because he had royal blood. He felt threatened by Luis because he was rising in the military and seemed really strong. Even though they were both, like, early teens at this point, at most. Or, like, almost teens. Like, I think the protagonist wasn't even like 10 but Luis was like, what, 12, 13? He was threatened by a couple of kids. So he sends these assassins after them. Okay. But then he sends a 12-year-old girl after the prince. And the 12-year-old girl has no fighting experience. Yes, she is good at magic, although she specializes in healing magic, and maybe curses. You send a 12-year-old girl to go assassinate the prince. She expresses to you explicitly that she doesn't want to do it. Her heart's not in it. You send a 12-year-old girl to assassinate the prince, thinking it's going to be a success. Sending a 12-year-old girl that doesn't have any combat experience, that doesn't know what she's doing, and doesn't want to do it. That sounds like a great recipe for success, right? So she does it. She fails to kill the prince. She curses him. And then the prince goes into hiding, so I guess technically he achieved that part of the plan, although he doesn't know the prince is alive, so technically he didn't achieve that part of the plan. And then he pins the blame on Luis. So that's supposed to be his way of getting Luis out of the picture. But instead, he pins the blame on Luis, everyone thinks Luis killed the prince, and guess what consequences Luis suffers? Absolutely nothing. He just goes on about his rest of his life. Everyone still respects him. He keeps rising in the military. He keeps getting stronger. Forden's plan was successful in no way, shape, or form. The prince survived. Luis got away with it and got more powerful. And you now have a 12-year-old girl that resents you for it and is also a liability because, you know, she's like living proof of your crime and it could turn on you at any second, right? Like, it's such a dumb plan. Like, if he wanted to get away with it, he would have had the prince assassinated by, you know, just professional assassins without the 12-year-old girl. Make sure that they got the job done, like not cursing him, like actually stabbing him. Cursing him did not seem like a good idea, especially since you don't know the outcome of it. And then the whole point of that whole plot point was to make the twist that, oh, it wasn't Luis that cursed the prince. Oh, it wasn't Forden. Oh, it was Rella. Oh no, we like her. We don't want her to die. Like, the whole point of that whole roundabout plot twist was to make her the culprit. But it was completely unnecessary, and it was a completely stupid plot twist that didn't need to exist in the game at all. It was just something to make us a reason to kill Rella and feel bad about it. And then she says her speech at the end. She like telepathically tells everyone that she cursed the prince or killed him because they all think he's dead. And everyone's like, who gives a shit? Like, she admits to her crime, and everyone still believes her and thinks she's a saint because they're all like, well, we still like her, and you know, who cares about the prince? And then she endorses us, so that I guess that's good. But like, they all believe in her so absent-mindedly, again, without any proof. Like, the NPCs don't need any type of proof whatsoever. They're so easily swayed by everything. Like, even the part where, like, Luis turns us into a human, everyone's like, oh no, Will is a human, he's bad, he's an Elda are bad, and not one person thinks, like, wait, it was Luis's magic who turned him that way. Maybe Luis is the bad guy, right? Other than Batlin. I know critical thinking is hard for NPCs, but it just frustrates me when they just so repeatedly make all these mistakes over and over, and it's the same mistake over and over and over and over again. I have to suspend my disbelief so many times that's just like, okay, I guess I just have to believe that everyone in this world is an idiot, right? There's no critical thinkers ever anywhere. And then when they reveal the truth behind the Elda being real humans and everyone else just came from humans, if you think about it, it doesn't really make sense. They're like, okay, centuries of evolution got accelerated by Magla, but like, what about the Ujif? Like, where did they come from? They seem far too un-Elda-like to be coming about from just 100 years of accelerated Magla growth. And then they say, like, oh, the Sanctus Church implemented igniters, so people would all think that they need igniters to do magic, when actually everyone can do magic. But it's like, but igniters are a luxury. Not everyone can afford them, so how come the poor people that don't have igniters can't just randomly do magic? Yes, you could argue it has centuries of, you know, propaganda and, like, suppression or whatever, but it just feels really weird, because at the end of the game, they're like, oh, now we know that people don't need igniters to do magic. People are just doing magic without igniters. Like, it's just such a throwaway thing. Plus, we didn't even use igniters much in the plot anyways. It was only used in a couple points of the plot. They could have just said they were magic devices, like, and no one would have batted an eyelash. Again, a completely unnecessary plot point that just didn't make sense. It added more confusion to everything that just wasn't necessary. Those are all my main complaints with the story. I think it just culminated in that whole Altaberry arc. I think the Altaberry arc was just so weak, and it was supposed to be a turning point, but all the suspension of disbelief and the way how sloppily the plot points were threaded together just didn't work for me. And again, like, I don't think the plot of the game overall is that bad, but it just feels like there's just so many oversights. It's almost like no one proofread it, or like, it just feels like, you know, not to be too mean, but it's like baby's first story about racism, right? And I feel like they could have done something a bit better, especially because, again, this is riding off the wave of Persona. Not to say Persona is the epitome of storytelling. There's definitely problems with Persona, and there's definitely things that overlooked. But at least with Persona, I feel like the story was cohesive and well-paced, for the most part, compared to here, where it felt like the pacing of the story was completely off, the pacing of the gameplay was completely off. It didn't really get super fun until the last 30 days, where I actually got a chance to play with my archetypes and stuff, which is pretty late in the game. Yeah, I had fun when Highsway joined, and Virga Islands when I got Juna, and like later on Basilio, made things better, but it just really felt like it didn't pick up, because you barely get to spend time with Yufa and Basilio before the next plot events happen, because Altaberry is only 10 days before Luis's duel, and Virga Islands, you probably only have 10 days with Yufa if you do the dungeon at the beginning. Just didn't feel like I had time to really play around with them. I think some of the optional bosses were kind of fun. I wish the Elegy of the Soul was harder. I think the fact that he takes your form and switches between his archetypes is kind of cool, but he was also kind of a chump, and I wish that he actually changed into his archetypes, like physically, instead of just seeing the symbol of the archetype. Like when it's Seeker, we just see the Seeker symbol. I wish he actually transformed into a Seeker for that turn, right? I think there was a lot of the cool stuff they could do with that boss fight that they didn't take advantage of. Battle system's fun. I feel like at the end of the game, I found a really good, like, strategy. I'm still proud of myself for coming up with that Masquerade Charge strategy, even though I know it's probably a bunch of other people do it too. I felt really proud of myself, but I feel like if you don't go with like a nuke strat, the game becomes probably really hard, and the game's supposed to give you like multiple avenues of kind of playing the game, but I feel like when nuke strat and when physical strat's so prominent, it's kind of like, you know, when you get to the end of SMT3 or SMT5, when you're just spamming almighty attacks for Kugel and Muramasa, and they're both strength-based. It's kind of like, oh, did you build a magic aspect of main character? Well, fuck you, I guess. I guess you're not playing the game right? Or you waste all your points, so you can't beat the game as easily now. You can't redistribute your stat distribution for the main character, I don't think, either. So it just kind of feels like they kind of pigeonhole you into one specific strat without saying it, and I don't really like that. I feel like there should have been some kind of damage cap too. I feel like I was doing too much damage. It was fun, but it also felt like I was blasting through the bosses easier. But then again, I guess I did suffer through most of the game because I was holding myself back because I was leveling up archetypes the good old-fashioned way without the fruits, and also using unideal compositions as I did that. That Ice Dragon Sonya fight was way too tough for me because I had a bad build. And so, in terms of that, I feel like the game could use a bit more balancing. But overall, like, the battle system was fun. I did have streams where I ended the stream and I went to bed thinking like, oh man, I want to try this strat, or what's the skill from this archetype I just unlocked? I need to go unlock this archetype now. Or what if I try to build with these two archetypes? Like, that theory crafting in my head was really fun. But again, I only got to do it during the last 30 days of the game. Anyways, those are my main complaints of the game. Oh yeah, again, like when I say the over-explaining part, that also goes hand in hand with the overly like verbose storytelling at times, especially with Moore. Again, a lot of things were just very much repetitive. He kept saying the same lines. I've never seen someone say so much and say so little at the same time. And then the fact that he like turns towards you, the viewer, at the end and is like addressing you directly is supposed to be kind of cool, but it's just kind of like, eh. So I would still give this game an 8 out of 10. I think the gameplay in some parts saves it, but I wouldn't say it's a consistent 8 out of 10. It's almost like there's some parts that are 6s, there's some parts that are 9s, there's some parts that are 7s, and then overall it averaged out to an 8. It wasn't like a consistent 8 throughout the whole game. Because again, when I played the demo, I felt like a 7 out of 10. When we got Highsmay, I felt like an 8.5. When we got to Altaberry, I felt like it dropped back to an 8. It was not a consistent 8 out of 10. It's just an average overall 8 out of 10. Which again, it's just my opinion. A lot of people said that they like this game more than the Persona games. I still think that I would prefer a Persona game over this game, personally. Maybe it's just because the story just really wasn't for me. But like the battle system was fine, so that's kind of where most of my enjoyment was spent. I will say I do like that your party members can have their skill sets changed. Because in Persona, they have preset skill sets, but then in SMT, your party members, you're basically playing Pokemon, you can give them whatever sets you want. So this is kind of like something between that, which I kind of liked. Some customization, but also a little bit of areas where you can, they kind of preset things depending on the archetype you do. But again, anyone could have been set to any archetype except the royal ones, so that kind of goes back to my argument of either the characters don't have enough individuality or the characters just didn't have enough personality expressed through their movesets, I think. But again, I feel like the characters were very, like, at times, very one-note. Yuffie was just about seeing Magla. Hulkenberg was only about being a knight. I felt like they could have done better to bring some other aspects of their personality out without just over-hammering, Hulkenberg likes weird food, over and over again. And have more events where they actually interact with each other and not just me, outside of the main story scenario. Anyways, I talked a lot more than I wanted, but I think that's everything I want to get out, because I did make notes of things that I want to talk about. Oh yeah, and when I say the buzzwords as well, I was talking about like buzzwords like anxiety and fantasy and utopia. And I talked in depth about how I feel like their view of utopia was kind of naive, but they didn't reconcile that. Or the surface level viewing of the word racism. But even the word anxiety was felt like, after we got to the Elden Sanctum, they just threw around that word like candy. And it's like, anxiety is such a deep topic with so much more depth to it than just relegating it to just everyone's bad feelings turning into magic. It just felt kind of silly. Anyways, I think that's all I wanted to say. I'm probably going to think of more stuff later, but you know what? That's the end of the game. And if they do, like, I'm not going to do a New Game Plus. There is an optional super boss on New Game Plus. It's a dragon. I'm not going to do that. I think I got like pretty close to 100% completion for what I wanted. If they release some kind of DLC for this game, which I don't think they will, other than maybe costumes, I don't think I'm going to be interested unless it's a very story-heavy one. If they release this game as a new version, like Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, or Persona 5 Royal, or Persona 4 Golden, if they do a Metaphor ReFantazio, I don't think I'd be interested enough to play it again. I don't think so. You guys could just watch Kieran play it, because I know he would. But again, I want to be clear. I don't hate this game. I just kind of see shortcomings in areas where I think it could be better. And the fact that it's so closely just skins over Persona means that I can't help but compare it to Persona. And I really wish the game was more of its own thing. Although, I felt like once we got to Virga Islands, or maybe even like Brylehaven, there were some areas where it felt like it was starting to diverge a little bit, but then it just ended up not doing it. Yeah, so the rest of this week, we're going to be playing Mario & Luigi Brothership. I already started yesterday, although if you're watching this on YouTube, those videos are not up yet. So we're going to be bouncing Mario & Luigi Brothership. It seems pretty good so far. I'm enjoying it. This Friday, find me on Kieran's channel. We're going to be playing Pokemon Coliseum together. We're going to do some kind of like challenge, because in that game, every battle's a double battle, so we'll do something with that. So find me on Kieran's channel on Friday for Pokemon Coliseum. And I don't think Brothership will take too long, so I have a few games lined up that I think I'll play afterwards, but I haven't decided what. But I think after Brothership comes out, I think I'm done with, for the most part, I'm done with new releases for this year, and we can go back to playing like older games, which was kind of nice. I miss playing older games. 2024 has been such a good year for games, but there's just been back-to-back new releases. I haven't had time to really... I feel like some of these games I'm even rushing them, because I want to get them in before the next one comes in. But I'm still enjoying it. Metaphor, 8 out of 10. Okay game, not amazing, but not the best. But I can see how some people would really like it. I'm gonna click the button to fade the screen. It's probably gonna take me back to the title screen. Oh, here's the trophy. By saving your clear data, certain things can transfer over as is to a new game. You can transfer currently owned items, with some exceptions, money, magla, royal virtues, scanned enemies, memorandum, archetype statuses, and total playtime. That's a lot. I'll make it a new file. I'm just gonna click the system button so it doesn't try to play the opening cutscene again. But thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey, whether you've been watching it through VODs or live. I hope you guys still enjoyed this or got something out of it from watching me play it. Whether it was me laughing along at the game, or critiquing it, or watching me get my butt handed to me, or watching me kick butt. One of the two. I hope it was still worthwhile to you. Let's find something, or someone, not something, to raid. Let's see. He's still streaming? Okay, I can't tell because there's an ad, but we're gonna raid Aru because he's playing Basara 4. You guys know I cannot resist the call of Basara 4. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Mario & Luigi Brothership. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care. Bye, froggy friends.